all the demons quiet. Yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Believe it or not, still coming to you live from 250 miles above your head in the International Fake Station. My good friend and co-pilot, Something Wong, was messing around with the particle collider up here and inadvertently created a black hole. So he's trying to figure out how to get us out of that, but somehow he's at least managed to be able to get this signal back down to Earth to you people tonight. So science is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. So here we are in the midst of this black hole. There's not shit around. There's nothing. There's except all this dark matter. And I'm going to scoop up as much of it as I can while we're doing this. For Lucky Haskins, he's got Gravitrol with some, it's fortified with gravitons. So we're looking forward to that. So we've got a lot of good people showing up out here into the chat so far. My goodness gracious, what do we got so far? Looks like we got no longer on the ball. Yeah, gravity pockets. If I had more pockets, I could fill them up with as much gravity as possible. That's supposing that the seams don't burst. So let's see. We got Use Your Illusions is here. RF is killing us softly. Eldon Bean. Let's see. Ironworks. What's happening, my man? Let's see. Diane Redheffer. What's happening, babe? You got Use Your Illustrations. Use Your Illusions. Same thing. Chad Champlin. Eldon Bean here with us. The Fallen Slaves of Fall. Yes, I'm in a black hole. That's why. We have trip, things that from time. So that's what happens. I think this is the first for me. Don't recall watching a live yet. Well, welcome to the live there, GLDI Baez. However that's said. Okay. I'm used to more vowels in between my consonants, but that's just me. Saddle Bomb, what's up? Let's see what we got. Sugary Nose is here with us as well. Mike Finnan, the True Few, PSYOP within a PSYOP. I'm going to be doing a little bit of a human experiment up here tonight with all of you to see what kind of a reaction happens from it. So stay tuned for that here in a little while. Of course, the name of the show tonight is Aplologeticus Globus, which seems to be a newly evolved species that has come from the flat earth hater, or globetard, as we generally like to call him. And what we're seeing is they've evolved into this mad, desperate attempt at I don't know, winning over their craft or something to us, like trying to convince people by acting more and more ridiculous. Many of you might have recalled. I'm going to talk about it. I'm not going to cover any of it because if you missed it, go back and look at it. It was really good. Austin Whitsitt versus Not a Professor Dave. Oh my God. Professor Dave acted like a freaking child. First of all, right off the bat, and I want this for everybody to understand. Although the accepted geocentric position back in history with all these people, with Copernicus and the rest of them, okay, involved a globe Earth, okay? Geocentric is not exclusive to a globe. It means Earth-centered, okay? It doesn't mean globe not moving. It means Earth-centered, geocentric. It's real simple, real simple. So he wanted to steer off into that nonsense. Some other things we're finding out too. We've been, and when I say we, mostly a close associate of mine who I appeared on his show the other night, Burn the Corporate Fiction, and we're looking into some of this stuff concerning the final experiment. And that's another evolution into the Globus Aplologeticus, or Aplologeticus Globus, as they're known. This is like the 8-hour video that, Flatzoid, bless his heart, went through and reviewed the entire 8 hours just to placate those shit heels when they say, we haven't watched the whole thing. Look, when you've done it this long, you've seen every bit of nonsense that's in that freaking video. Okay? Every last little bit of it. Shit that's been addressed. Okay? So we figure here's that collaboration, McKeegan, McToon, FTFE. Here's this clip. Check this out. Here's how dumb flat earthers are. Blah, 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 blah. That's what happened. That's all that was. And he comes off like he's trying to remain unbiased, but he's not. He's not. And he didn't do that all himself. Fuck him. So I'm seeing that. And what's going on? I've said for the longest time that intelligence is behind, and I don't mean by smartness. I'm talking about spook agencies, man, are behind this shit that we deal with all the time online. This ain't just organic. Get out of here. So I have to look at what's the unlikeliness. Okay, first off, I look at things that just aren't likely. You got this guy's got a little church in a rundown neighborhood in Colorado. Every attempt so far of anybody, viewers that I've heard of that have tried to go to this church, go there and it's not in service, down for renovations, almost as if it's not even active. I would go as far as to maybe stop and knock on a few doors and say, do you ever see him doing any services over here at this church? Maybe some of the neighbors, ask them, right? So that's kind of suspect. But then for this little church, it's not a big church. This little church, how does a guy whose sole purpose in the world is to be a flat earth hater on YouTube just by chance end up going to Colorado from Minnesota to give a talk at this guy's church? Talk about what? What would McToon have to offer that a Christian congregation would need to hear? So I find that quite suspect to begin with. So as we go along, we start getting into some other things that are kind of crazy. This whole thing to me looked like and has all the markings of an intelligence op. I'm sorry. We've looked into some stuff. We found it. It's too late. They've underestimated us. We're going to go into more of a deep dive. We've got more, but just to start, the guy's a Wall Street guy. He was Forbes. He was a member of Forbes. They've tried to scrub this information. He says he's no longer a member, and his picture's been taken down. But when we shared it, we found that it bled through, and it's him. Let me see if I can find that right here. Let me present that. So more to this guy than what we're being told. A little bit more to this guy than what's being told. Yeah, there's some other stuff. Chartered financial consultant, retirement income. I'm going to do a show later with my son. We get me some more. Let me see. Did he send some more to me? Did he send more? Hang on. Why is that not showing up there? My Facebook is stupid. I got a restriction, and they didn't even tell me I got a restriction. I just went to post something, and it said you're restricted for like 36 hours. And I'm like, for what? You know, and I go into my profile and all the shit, and there's nothing on there. And I'm like, I don't even get this, man. Let's see, who is this? Oh, what? They don't look alike. Oh, that's interesting. But no, so I guess there's been a suggestion that Duffy and Jake the asshole are the same person. I just got this comparison picture, and I don't know. Let me download it so I can zoom in on it better. Let me go out of this real quick, and then Ryan sent something too. Here, let me just check real quick. Oh yeah, okay, all right. Let's see. Can cover it live this weekend on my show, Ryan says. Cool. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Let me open that. Damn it, where'd it go? Let me get it. Do. All right. You can bring this over here. Do a great big screen. Stop screen. Present screen. Share screen. Share screen. Do. There we go. All right. I don't know, man. Very, very similar to one another, but I don't know. I don't know. Let's see if we can get them both in the same place at the same time. That'd be the total surefire way to tell. But that's what I'm saying. This thing, there's so much deception involved. You know, there really is so much deception involved with this. So back to what I was talking about. So that's some of the stuff we're going to be looking into there. That's this is what I've been kind of suspect about this, and now all the attention. This is what I've watched, is standing back and watching all the attention go to that. Okay, and this reassertion of, you know, well, it's if this says this, then this is going to be, and this is the final thing. And when have we heard that song and dance before? People forget quickly. There was going to be a plane flight across Antarctica and all this other nonsense too. So that never happened. So on the Witsit versus Professor Dave front, wow, oh wow. Basically, it just came down to, and I know most of you have already seen it. Put a 1 in the chat if you watched the debate with Not a Professor Dave and Witsit and Austin Witsit. Put a 1 in the chat if you saw it. If you put a 2 in the chat if you did not see it. Well, there's the old lady sending me some stuff. I don't know where this place is. Why are you sending me this? Something about ice cream. She must be wanting to go out for ice cream somewhere. All right. Oh my God, Angela, you didn't watch it? That's too bad, man. because I'm not going to cover the entire thing here tonight. We'll cover part of it, I guess. I can bring it up, but it was a mess for Farina, I would have to say, because he just spent the whole time accusing Austin of using word salad, which in my opinion, here's what word salad is, right? If somebody says ball, kite, rock, air, that's word salad, okay? And it happens with some kind of people that have a twisted shit in their mind, right? Okay, that's not what this guy's going is, oh, you said words that I don't understand. So therefore it's word salad. Well, here's what's interesting about that. The same retards that say that are saying it on a device capable of looking up the definition of the word you don't understand. Do they ever do it? Not once. They go, where's that? Man. No. Something wrong. I didn't fall out of the ISS. We're in a black hole. Something wrong was playing with the particle accelerator and inadvertently created a Higgs boson particle. And you know how that goes every time. And so he's working on trying to get us out. He might have us out before the end of the show, but we'll see. He's probably just sitting there grinning like he always does. I wish he'd work a little faster, you know? The guy's a real problem sometimes. I hope he can't hear me interdimensionally or something. Anyway, yeah, that would kind of suck. Now let me see. I had this thing. Where was my? Oh, there. Okay, so this is kind of interesting too. Yeah, we got like 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna while this is playing, I will look up. Well, hell, fuck it. Let me just go on and do this already. Because I figured I did not know so many people had not seen the debate. But it looks like only 2 people. I can't believe you didn't watch it, Angela Baby Carson. I find that really hard to believe, man. Yeah, it was a lot of the same. Dave Farina acted like a fucking little kid. That was the majority of what he had going on. Accusing people of lying. Austin showed the world record distance photography record holder with this picture of these mountains well beyond what you should be able to see them. All the information and data, because after all, it is a recorded or record world record distance photography. And Farina goes, well, I don't have any way to know those numbers are right. Why don't you fucking look them up? There it is. People have the ability out there to look it up. You're just going to go, yeah, you lied about that. So at the end of the day, all they've got is mockery and pseudoscience. I watched Farina try to steer Whitsitt into a bunch of straw man horse shit. Then I was glad to see Austin not fall for it. At least not fall for most of it. But yeah, it was a mess. And that guy was really quite surprised, I think, there at the end. What I would like to do is let's just take a look at his reaction after what he had to say. So I'm going to look that up real quick. Let me do that and we'll zoom it up to that. Because that was interesting. He was shocked by the poll. Let's see, the quartering. That's where it was. Yeah. And okay. So let me zoom it up to after these guys roll off the show. All right, that looks like it's it. I'm going to full screen it. And yeah, there's not much of this, but this is interesting to see his thing, because if you watched it, and I suggest y'all go back and watch this thing, because the guy, I'm sorry, this fella from the quartering is not a good moderator. Ooh, 88 watching. That means space and time. That's a neat number. I like that number. So not a good moderator, seemed quite biased. you know. But of course, you know, it's that's it with this subject. It's hard for people. Normies really have a hard time with it until it clicks, and then they're like, "Oh my fucking god," you know. That's what happens with it. But you have to come to it on your own. If you're going to hang on to it despite everything, you know, well, you're just going to ignore reality, you know. Anyway, this is where he comes back. Hopefully. There he is. Oh, you know what? Wow. My bad. Hold on. I thought I was sharing that. This dude was talking about he peed in his basement. Now, see, when the debate was over, I quit watching it, so I didn't see this part of it. This is where he come back. Let me just. This is this guy. Wow.
Okay, here we go. Howdy-ho. You know what's wild? You know what's wild? I did. I definitely peed in my basement. You know what's wild? You know, I wanted to go through.
See, the whole thing of Farina coming on here and debating Austin in the first place is because he's evolved into the Aplologeticus Globus. You see, he's evolved into that to where now before he wouldn't debate at all, and now he finally did because he shot his mouth off so much and they goaded him into it, and it did not end well for him.
I wanted to go through unsubscribing. Why geocentric? I felt like I was as fair as humanly possible.
Somebody asked what that doll is in the corner. Riley, oh, it looks to me like it's Come Out Ken by Hasbro.
Now, I do think
Come out of the closet.
that Flat Earth faced more criticism. You know, I agree with that, but it's also like he's challenging the generally accepted stuff. This was cringe. I appreciate you doing something different on Saturday, but I don't think you're capable of moderating this type of debate. Austin did use made up terms. Lol, not a cat. I know you're a daily viewer or whatever, but I hard fucking disagree with you. I hard disagree. There's 10,000 people watching right now. I think people were in general entertained, and that's what my job is. My job is not to be injecting myself and, arguing with people.
But you injected yourself and argued quite a number of times, bro. Come on.
My job is to provide entertainment to people. And the idea that if I was going to host a debate and interrupt people every 5 seconds when I thought they were lying or when I thought that would trust me when I say if I was doing that, everyone would be bitching about it. You know what I mean? Everyone would be like, dude, shut up. You're interrupting too much.
I was.
And, based on the fact that the flat earth side was kind of flat earth side, I feel like that's who's criticizing me the hardest. But like, I can't show favoritism. I felt like I was extremely fair.
You did show favoritism.
Moderators have to moderate. Hosting is not the same as moderation. That's fair, but I was just hosting. I wasn't moderating it. Never called myself a moderator. Just hosting it. That's all they asked me to do. People only asked me to host it. Host, not moderate. I could never host a flat earth debate. I'm not impartial. You know what I mean? All right, here's a new poll. Who won? Flat earth or sphere?
All right, let's see. He put the poll up.
You just called Dave respectful. You lost all credibility. The earth is round. That dude needs his ass whipped. No, I thought he was fine. I mean, he was a little, he was a little angry here and there, but I thought he was fine. Jeremy, this is cringe. Oh, I got that. Yeah, I don't agree with you. Lol, not a cat. I know you're a longtime viewer, and I know you meant that respectfully. Well, the Reese says flat earthers are just projecting the shape of their own brain onto the globe. This is information, dumb gish gallop stuff really isn't conductive and productive to debate. This should be point by point, back and forth. That's how Vosh quote debates. Witset's arguments keep falling flat. LOL.
There's another one that doesn't have a vocabulary of very many 4-syllable words. That's pretty much. Why taking crap on Facebook? I don't take crap on Facebook. They shut me down and didn't tell me I was shut down or what I was shut down for. So I'm like restricted till 6:38 p.m. tomorrow. I don't know. They didn't even tell me why or anything. I just went to post something. They said, you've violated community standards or some shit. And I even went over and looked at my Facebook rap sheet, which I'm quite proud of. It stems back quite a ways. And there wasn't nothing on there, man. Nothing recent. And I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? So whatever. Till tomorrow. You know what I mean? Fuck them. I don't care. Facebook's so inconsequential to me. I don't even care. That's some of the, like, I think that all the globe trolls that are, working for the agencies or whatever, I think that the shittiest ones get sent over to Facebook because they're like the easiest to fucking destroy. I mean, they're just like dumber than fuck. Well, all of them are, but I mean, they're just like, holy cow, man. They're used to dealing with new people. New people are going to Facebook and looking for shit on Flat Earth. Don't do that.
Dark Llama Boy says, why don't they film with a satellite the Earth from space and prove it's flat? Well, I mean, they do film the Earth all the time from satellites. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Lord of the Reef says, this is like Destiny arguing with a slightly more retarded Destiny. Derek Lamboy, which country is the closest to the edge of the Earth? Well, Antarctica, right? Sater
Antarctica is not a country. I don't think he understands that.
Says, this Dave guy don't want to have an opposing viewpoint. In the real debate, he would have been called it already. People interrupt this much, fear opposing point. Okay, maybe. Tim Quadracci says, I feel like the Earth truly was flat. Lizzo would have folded by now. That's a fair point that we could all probably agree on. Before the Renaissance, all creatures had a flat Earth model. Culture, sorry. And
that's a fair point we can all agree on, that the Earth would fold up if it was flat. It would have folded up by now. Really? Really? Come on, man. His chat was full of people saying what? Announce the polls over and over. He kept reading the chat and commenting on stupid chats, but somehow missing the hundreds of read the polls messages. No doubt, right? Let's take a look at that. Let's see if I can see the chat any better over here. I'm going to go live chat replay.
And study the stars. That's true. King of Biltong says, good afternoon from Anton.
Look at all the flat Earth
shipping
going by
your
with
Biltong using code quartering on landedbiltong.com
Flat
and AntonUSA.com. Biltong is perfect for your carnivore, keto, and high-protein diets. Cookie Don says, I believe in global Earth, but I think flat Earth needs censorship if it is. I don't think it does. Sorry. I don't see harm. Yeah, I think believing in a flat Earth is harmless. I agree with that. Dirk Lam says, what is a woman? Omnistone says, how can you have a full moon at the center of the sky if the Earth plane would be in the way of the sun? Yeah, that generally is a problem for flat Earth. Pepe Payne says, if two people are on opposite sides of a window and a third person draws a circle on the window, it will be clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on which side of the window you're on. Correct. Yeah, Pepe. And Sater, this is the Dave. You won't let a person answer, which lets me tell you. I mean, Dave was pretty aggressive. I agree with that. But
he's a fucking dick.
I was not convinced by the flat Earth debate, Earth side. But I'll tell you what.
Dave was straight up a dick. He was. I mean, he just was a straight up dick.
But
hey, Crip Rick, what's happening? The
poll currently sits at, with 1,000 votes, 61% of people have been converted to the flat Earth. 61% of people in the YouTube poll have been converted to flat Earth, when it was like 65-35 in favor of sphere Earth earlier.
Ooh.
So, I mean, did flat Earth win? I think I'm just catching up. I want to give everyone, because people super chat.
Yeah, that shit during the thing, he denied that fucking flat Earth is shadow banned and all this, and that his shit is popped up, propped up to the top and shit. And that's just like, you fucking lying piece of shit. You already know better, bro. You already know better. Who are you trying to convince? I'm telling you, man, these guys are fucking low-level intelligence, man, or something. I'm serious. Give Langley my fucking regards, man. Give Langley my regards. But my mama's baby weren't born last night, you know?
Data that matters to me. I read them. I'm not Tim Pool. Okay, on YouTube, some of the comments. Mandela Effect says there's more than zero scientific. There's more than zero scientific equipment proving flat Earth. Gyroscope, sextant, need 2 straight lines for an angle. Microwaves and sonar for whales thousands of miles. 3 Sword Heart says, I think Dave really fumbled the debate with his bad attitude instead of presenting facts. I wanted to win, but he didn't because he was petty. The Lord Judge says, Jeremy, you couldn't have done much better. Flat Earthers are utterly relentless in their obstinance.
Obstinance. In other words, refusing to believe pseudoscience and made up malarkey. Got it, man.
Jaeger Coghart says, I'm back. The test did not go well. Auto fix tree damage to a car. Fritz says, I had SCs for the guest. I want to be refunded. I don't know what that means. Joshua Phillips says, love the debate content. Post more debates, please. I don't know. People seem like it didn't do a good job. People were pretty critical. You need a scientist in place of Dave. Crypto Rose says, Witsit got into the gene pool whilst the lifeguard wasn't looking. Starvin Marvin says, pebbles sink, boats float, prove its density.
It's displacement, man. It's all about the displacement, the relative density of the object within the medium. Okay, it's a ratio. Archimedes, hello. What's happening, Lowry?
What's happening, man? I'm not going to be on too long. I just wanted to jump on this real fast because it's such a hot topic. So keep on going.
Yeah. What'd you think of that?
I'm just like I'm utterly convinced that every time that either Professor Dave or Flight the Flat Earth, the other guy that comes on, I think every time they go on, we just exponentially get bigger.
Yes,
it's just bigger. So like even though I can't stand to listen to them talk, I'm like, keep on going, just keep on going because you're just making more. You're just making more flat earthers.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like, there's nothing else I can say about it. It's just like that's what's happening. And like, why get out of the way of your enemy? What is that, Sun Tzu? When they're fucking themselves up, just let them go.
Right.
Let them go and do their thing. Like even this guy today, he was on Twitter today. And it was a big fight, or actually, Professor Dave said something shitty about him on Twitter, and he's like, "Fuck it, fuck this guy. He's a radical leftist. I'm flat Earth, whether I know about flat Earth or not." That's what he said.
No doubt.
He said there was a total post on it. He was like, "Fuck this guy." It was like that.
Wow.
It was like that, and you can find it too. You can fucking find it.
That is fucking cool. See if you can dig that up, man. See if you can dig that up.
Yeah.
Because today was interesting too because on Flatzoid's perspective, Fight the Flat Earth was on there.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was just the same old, right?
I know, right? And it was just like he just fucking finally Flatzoid says, just get out of here, take your Patreon money, shove it up your ass.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I feel about these idiots. I'm gonna debate Sean Hawkins on Jeranism tomorrow evening.
God, you have more patience than I. That guy's maybe the worst.
Weed, man.
He's maybe the worst. He's
maybe
the worst. He doesn't. I don't even know that he's there. I'm like, he's one of those guys that's just like that guy's on a lot of crank or something.
Yeah,
I don't know, but his behavior is like that. Where is that? I've got it. I'm gonna find it, but you keep going, and I'll share a screen as soon as I find it.
Yeah, so we're gonna look at that here after a little while after we hear this guy go on. But I'm kind of liking looking at his facial expressions too, because that kind of took him aback. That poll took him aback.
I already found it. So do you want me to just share?
Yeah, go ahead and share it. I can come back to this.
So let's do this. Share screen. This is where it's saying just because it was hilarious. I was like, that guy yesterday, the moderator, he wasn't really flat. He didn't care. Like he was just kind of like doing his thing or whatever. And Professor Dave immediately just came in and just cranked it. So I'm sharing it. Can you see the thing? Okay. So
hit your control plus key a couple times. It'll zoom it in.
Okay. Control plus. Sorry, I'm not a great Mac guy here. Let's see. Control. Does that work? No, it didn't work. No. Can you see it? You can basically read it, right? So here it is. So he's like, I knew you were a leftist who had been banned from X just weeks before for unhinged calls to violence, and I still hosted you for the debate and didn't put some weak tit disclaimer. I guess I'm Team Flat Earth now, LOL. And this is after this comment that Professor Dave does, which is typical Professor Dave.
What's it say? See it.
It says, hello all, quick FYI, had nothing to do with the choosing of quartering to host. Austin was whining that I was too afraid to do it simply because I turned down one other channel, MDD. So when he picked this one, I agreed so that I could shut him up. I did not look into the who he is at all, and perhaps that was the lazy, irresponsible on my part. Watching this video on my channel will not support him one bit. And he goes on to say something else that you can't read. But then this is the quartering. The guy, the host, comes back and says, I knew you were a leftist when you banned on X. You know, this whole thing. It's just like, it's it's all unfolding. The more these fuckers come back and do this shit, we don't have to do anything. We can just sit back and let them burn down their own house.
Dude, that's my favorite tactic, is to give them enough fucking rope to hang themselves with.
Yeah. And that was like,
you know?
I knew that we tried to cover like we were on Tinfoil Sombrero last night. We tried to cover like 40 minutes of it, and it was already unbearable for the first 40 minutes. So we basically was like, look, I know this sucks, guys. We're gonna try to get to 40 minutes and then quit, because it's just that difficult to listen to the insanity that where they come from. You know, I don't know if you covered the word salad moment yet or not, or you're still getting to that.
I've told him about that, and I gave an explanation as to what word salad actually is, how they misuse it. It's just a way of saying, I don't understand the words you just said. And while they're saying that, they're saying it on a freaking device that information is at their fingertips to know what those words actually mean. Put them together. It's like when you say relative density disequilibrium, right? There's 3 words that you obviously must know what each one of those words mean. Okay. Yeah. Now put them together. Okay.
Yes.
They're put together in that way so that I don't have to use 50 words to say the same thing.
Yeah, it's condensed English. It's efficient English. Mm-hmm. And like you were just looking at a guy who could not keep track of the vocabulary. And actually, Austin said it really quickly within the moment. He said basically you're basically being bravado about not knowing what words mean. And I was just like, oh my God, this is where we're at. It's like now word salad is the only thing they've got left, right? And that's gonna get made into I don't know how many memes, which I already saw a bunch of them on Twitter today. But I'm like, this is what it means to understand words. Words have meaning, and we put them together in certain sentences. We mean that, you know, and that is really, really like indicative of the flat earth community at large, is that we care about words and we care about what they mean. And we pay attention to what people are saying, and we actually do listen, and we speak back into their speak as an answer. Mm-hmm. We don't come back with a completely different thing that's coming out of left field that means nothing, you know? And like you dive into these debates and you start to see like the tactics that they're using. Like it was 3 seconds into that debate where he was already at ad hom level or greater. 3 seconds. And I counted it on purpose. I was watching. I was like, look, watch this. Within the first, I said 15 seconds, he's already going to project some sort of ad hom way to get in and project what he's already going to expect his listeners to understand what Witsit's going to say. So he's projecting that for his listeners to listen to something. And he's already prepared a landing strip for his listeners to land on, to listen to what Austin Witsit's going to say. Right. And he goes through this. It's a tactic. It's a debate tactic. But it failed. It started to fail more and more and more. And as you went through, like 30 minutes, it was failing, but it really failed. And he gave himself away at the word salad moment. And like, if anything, like some of these guys that are really good at cutters, they're the editors, like a Robot Polisher, they're going to go inside of that and they're going to show you word by word how he failed.
Yep.
You know, but his listeners will not understand how he failed.
You know that Bruce is going to cover it from Mind Shock. You know, Bruce is going to cover this.
It's like a 5-hour episode at least. Like,
my God, yeah. And it's going to be every bit of it will be entertaining. He does get these long periods of dead pause and shit, you know, and it's like, okay, but I dig where he's coming from. He's doing a whole lot of stuff at one time. I was just looking in this chat here, and there's even reference to another one. The Lore Lodge. Now he's the guy that put out that.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
I remember him. He was like the guy who was going to be nice all night. He was going to be totally super nice. And he was rolling with it. Then he starts twitching in his face. Because I always watch their faces. I'm like, watch their face.
Yeah.
Watch their face. This is where it's going to happen. And just about the time when he started getting triggered, he started making this bunchy face thing.
Yeah, like a chipmunk.
Yeah. And then he just fucking lost it and
Yep.
just immediately triggered. And like, again, like when you had a really good descriptor of this, that they seem to revert back to the moment that this information was passed over to you as a child.
Yeah,
and they behave that way, going back to that triggering mechanism, their mind control mechanism. And that's actually one of the greatest things I've ever heard you say is like they reverted back to their programming to when they actually had the information presented to begin with, which would be acting like, you know, a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old. And then they get past it and then they're like, what happened to me? Why did I do that? Because that's when they realize they're like,
he literally, after Whitsitt left, after he told Whitsitt to go, he grabbed his partner's arm. His partner had to grab his arm or something, and he's like, "Oh, I just want to hit something."
Yes.
And I was like, "Oh man, he's one of them kids on meds with no dad." I know where that kid came from.
Yeah, and like all of these things, like, and again, like let me say this with some empathy. Like the first time I heard about it, 2014, 2015, I got a little triggered. I shut off the first thing I heard. I was like, that's fucking bullshit. I did the same thing. Now, you know, I guess maybe my reaction as a child or whatever happened, I didn't take the MK Ultra or whatever it is at that age, you know, Spaceballs thing or whatever, as much as like he did or some of these other cats. But I still got triggered, right? But like you can really tell the people that were really ingrained with this mind wash because their reaction is much greater. And I think like you really onto something there. It's like the amount that they took it in and the amount they believed it is the amount they have to unleash it to get rid of it out of themselves.
Yeah.
And you know, and like that's what we always say. We're like, we remember that we used to be globies. We remember that. We knew all the stuff. I was a space nerd. I loved space. I wanted to be an astronaut. I was all through that shit. Yep. You know, it's a lot of us that are early on in this stuff, you know, it didn't take as much as it took on some of these cats, you know, and so that's what you got to remember. And now, as far as Professor Dave is concerned, I don't even know what to make of that guy because no amount of logic in front of him is going to change his mind. So like he might be that 3 to 6% that's just there's just no saving, or he's a demon, or he's like whatever he is, you know. And I've seen this happen over and over again. Like it's like, I mean, I don't know how long you've been in, but I'm like 9 years of this. I've seen triggering events over and over and over again. And you're spot on the fact that I think it just takes you back to that childhood moment where it was you had the Spaceballs above you or in kindergarten, and you have to uncoil that programming. And the only way you know how to deal with it is to go ad hom and rah, 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 I just hate you. I hate you. You've destroyed my whole world. But guess what? You get over it after a minute. You know, you get over it. It starts to fade off. And then you're going to see a lot of these cats. Maybe not Professor Dave. I don't know if he's reachable. I don't know if McToon's reachable. I don't know if those cats will ever change.
It's his job, Lowry. It's his job. He has to. Look, I've said this and I'm going to stand by it. There is an intelligence op behind it all.
I think so.
Okay. There is. You don't see promoted channels or anybody starting up channels of, you know, why hollow earth believers are stupid or shit like that, do you?
Yeah.
Why Bigfoot believers are ridiculous or what? You don't see that. But boy, look out. You've got in this regular cast of characters and they all seem to be incommunicado with one another. Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
So then I see this thing with this guy who's got a little tiny church that seems to be always under renovation so far. Okay. In the middle of a not so great neighborhood in Colorado. Right. And here's a guy who's a flat earth hater that lives in Minnesota that just by happenstance meets this guy in Tennessee at the Greg Locke debate. Right.
Yeah.
And then ends up going to give a talk at Duffy's church in Colorado.
Very curious.
What would McToon have to offer to a congregation of Christians on a Sunday?
Very curious.
Does that sound legitimate to you?
I mean, because I've seen this happen before many times where people offer these flights and everything else. We've all been through this stuff, and then it never happens.
Well, they've been they've been scrubbing Duffy's information. We found that he was a Forbes member.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. We know what's going to happen here, dude. It's like, hey, I want them to go down there. I want them to do it, but we've seen it before. This is like the 7th or 8th time shit like this has happened. Somebody's like promising these things and going there. And like this old formula seems to keep popping up with cats that just don't know that we've been paying attention for, almost a decade, and like we used to get excited, way back in the day, like, oh, dude, somebody's going down there. Somebody's taking a flight over. Never happens. So, you know what? I'm still going to be I hope nobody gets hurt. I hope they get down there. I think you could do the test from the southern tip of South America. Couldn't you? Is it unless it's much further south? Couldn't you get the same idea? Not even going to Antarctica? I don't know. I mean, it's like
if you see it come up, 180, if you see it 180 degrees from a starting position behind you, if you're looking north at it and you see it end up behind you 180 degrees, that's going to be something that'll be an interesting.
You also made a really good point also the other day, is like, we don't fucking know if the maps are accurate, which is also a really good point, because nobody knows if the maps are accurate. I don't know how far. Maybe they've got they go to that peninsula in Antarctica and they know how long it takes to get there. So the sailors know, yeah, it's roughly this. Well, then that's there. And then you've got the glacier that they land on or whatever. We don't know the actual size of the continents. We don't really know. They've given us distorted maps. Hell, they show it to us in Mercator. It's like, we don't have an accurate representation of what's going on. So but I was just thinking, if it's as close as they think it is to Antarctica, you could probably get the result you wanted without even have to deal with Antarctica. You could almost just take a motorcycle down there. But maybe that's too much of a stretch, because I don't know if the maps are accurate. Does that make any sense? That's just me.
So check this out. They scrubbed his picture, but when you share it, it's not on the website, but when you share it like this, it shows that's him.
You get a little imprint, a little shadow print of him. Who's they scrubbed him from Forbes. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, he admitted that he had made a lot of money writing a book about financial gain or something. I didn't even look and see what book he wrote, but it was like, it's a little curious. It's just a little curious to me. That's just
right here. In the world of investing and finance, there are those who follow the crowd and those who know how to turn unconventional strategies into potentially winning hands. Will Duffy became a millionaire at age 33.
Interesting word. Interesting number.
33. By following the same contrarian wealth building and tax saving strategy he teaches his clients. But he's been sued, I understand, 4 times for losing people's money. So he made great investments for himself, but shitty investments for his client. I don't know how that works. There's Jehovah's daughter, Barbara. You're late. Not just a financial advisor, Will specialize excellence as a chartered financial consultant, retirement income certified professional, and enrolled agent. Lets him create customized, innovative financial plans or partner with a client's current team of CPAs, advisors, and attorneys. So right off the bat, we've got a minister who is engaging in the act of usury,
which we already have serious problems with all the way around.
Yes.
So that should give you a little nudge. You're in the right direction. Now he claims he's like, no, I'm all about truth. I'm like, okay,
So we're in the process right now, and my son's been doing some deep dive shit, looking into, and we've got some other stuff. We're just not unveiling it yet. That's going to be very interesting on a show later this weekend. So that will be very, very interesting.
Well, you're doing great work. I just wanted to pop in and say that I wanted to catch a little bit of you. I'll be lurking back in the background. Keep on rocking it, dude. I love what you're doing.
Bro. Well, thanks for coming on, man.
All right, cheers.
All right, man. So let's get back. We'll see what the quartering has to say about this, and we'll jump on over to Flatzoid's debate with Fight the Flat Earth today. Thought that was kind of interesting. We'll go up to some highlights of it, but it was awful funny. It really was. I thought it was kind of humorous. I'm sitting here in the front room watching it. A buddy of mine came over, and we're sitting in the front room with it on the TV, just laughing our ass off at Craig. It was funny as hell.
Cheap Duck says the evaporation falls up. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't really fall though, but yeah. Ron Boston Bear says I talked to the same pilot. He's telling the truth. Check my K2 coverage. Rich says Dave exclaims word salad. You can't define the term. If you don't understand the terms, Dave, then why are you claiming foul play? John No Name says explain Venus orbit.
That series of clowns said the Lower Lodge is and somebody called Dehe said the Lower Lodge is and it's a whole bunch of clown emojis. That's fucking hilarious.
Lightning and how it works on Earth-centric model or retrograding of Mars in the sky. It'll stand by it for 90%. Won't even know why this proves the sun is center. Squeaky Eye says, Witsit, why is there accurate data from the sun? We can see it rotate. We can calculate solar wind speeds and arrival times. Yeah, I wanted to kind of stay away from that, just because I felt like it was just going to end up being like I didn't want him to feel like he was on trial. By the way, my wife is a pilot and does not believe the Earth. But I didn't want to.
My wife's a pilot and doesn't believe the Earth's flat. Okay, so what kind of pilot? Is she a commercial pilot? Does she fly small planes? And I would guarantee you that she assumes a flat, non-rotating Earth when flying.
Yep.
What's up, the guy that has extra umbrellas? Why do you have extra umbrellas?
Yeah, man, because it's Ironwork 92. Right?
Oh, okay. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, Sovereign. Hey, thanks for having me. First off. Second, that's one of the things that I wanted to mention is him talking about, number one, he's a physics teacher. Number two, his wife's a pilot. And then she goes off to say she believes it's a globe. Now, there are two things that we could take from that, right? First off, if she was to come out, I'm sure there are people out there that know that his wife is a pilot. If she was to come out and then she's going to sit there and say, hey, yeah, the Earth is flat, Lord knows what would happen to her livelihood from that point. So from that standpoint, I could see why she would kind of make it public. This guy's got like 3 million. He's got like 3 million followers or something like that. He's got quite a few, right? He's got a pretty big following. And so if
1.64 million.
Okay, 1.64 million. So if she's towing that line, like, yes, it's a globe, she's safe. Her money is safe. Now, if she turns around and flips on him and says it's flat, I'm sure she's seen that damn document, the flight dynamic. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's seen the flight dynamic. Ain't no way in hell you're going to come out and say, well, it is a ball, but we're just going to treat it like it's flat. Nobody does that shit for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what's one of the first things they do before they take off? They get the gyroscope up to speed to set a rigid plane.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They set a rigid frame of reference so that they can keep it. Dude, that's what they do there. It's setting on the runway, right?
Yep.
You know, that would have to continuously adjust itself as you rose in elevation if you were on a ball.
Yeah. And I mean, on the planes these days, like the plane that I used to fly on, the EP3, had Ryus, right? They were like ring laser gyros and stuff. So you had like 4 of them. And basically, and I'm sure I'm not even going to tell you because I'm sure you already know how they function. You know, gyros basically work like your vestibular apparatus in your ears and stuff and help you establish, and all that stuff. So like a couple of the pilots that I worked with when I was in the Navy, they came out and they told me, they were like, it's fucking flat.
Pitch, yawn, attitude.
Yeah, exactly. They were like
exactly what your vestibular system detects.
Exactly. And
this is why I'm saying if you were in such a condition as a weightless outer space like that your vestibular system would be all fucked up all the time. You'd be like you were completely dizzy all the time.
Yep.
I don't see it as a possibility. I really don't.
Yep. Now, if you go to 35, like, I don't know what Dave's problem is, but like I've been trying to let him know. I'm like, listen, man, like you got a big following. He's the one with like 4 million followers, so-called Professor Dave. I'm like, warning him. I'm like, listen, man, you keep talking this shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit's going to come back and it's going to bite you right in your ass. Because people are taking notes. Everybody's going to remember you. So it's like the higher you climb, as soon as you fall, it's going to hurt like a motherfucker. It's going to potentially kill you. So I'm like, so my thing is, like, to begin to quell a lot of this, I feel that even though a lot of people ain't taking this true, I'm not saying that the true earth of the flat earth community isn't taking this topic at hand seriously, but there are folks on the outside that could care either way, right? That don't necessarily take the subject seriously. And to that, I say, that's fine. You don't have to. But I think we need to start holding these people that lie and bullshit, like Professor Dave and Dave McKeegan and McToons and all them fight the flat shirt, whatever it is, right? All them fools out there, they must be held accountable. And I'm not saying, you know, go out and beat their ass or nothing like that. That's not at all what I'm saying.
No.
But they need to feel this thing. Financially, you need to get at them. And you need to call them out. Be like, this dude's over here lying. Because ultimately, the truth is going to come out. And I think that there are things like this, right, that happened like 4 years ago, you know, the cocoa that everybody got. And I kind of mentioned it. We kind of discussed that on Veek's channel. But that cocoa is a perfect example of that. There's so many people out there just sitting there, just running their gums, man, just bumping their gums the whole time. And then, i.e., like Chris Cuomo, you know what I'm saying? People are holding his feet to the fire, but he's such a big platform that it's easy. But it's like all those motherfuckers talking that shit, man. As soon as you catch them out there, it's like, look, motherfucker, keep running them gums, man. Just keep running them gums, because as soon as the truth comes out, man, we're gonna tar and feather your ass.
Yo, shit, man.
We need to get those jokers, just like Professor Dave, hold their fucking feet to the fire and just let them have it.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's the whole thing is I understand it from one perspective because it's a paycheck for them. Okay. They've been propped up there. They've been given an assignment. Even Dave even admits he's got a staff of writers and people that do shit and tell him what to say. He doesn't really know any of this crap. So what's going to all it is what we're seeing. It needs to be shown for what it actually is. And it's not organic. Okay. It's an organized operation. It absolutely is, because I find it really crazy, these connections with these people, how they're such unlikely connections that get made, how they all seem to be in communication with one another, like some kind of a network beyond, you know, what's really going on. And, you know, because even McToon, before it was even announced, said something about a really good thing that's going to be coming up that's going to settle the debate once and for all, blah, blah, blah. And that was before it was even mentioned. So he already had foreknowledge of it. This whole thing stinks. 100%. It stinks.
Now, I totally agree, because, and you know what's going to happen. People are going to come, they're going to come back, they're going to be like, oh, that's hogwash, blah, blah, blah. They're going to come at you like that. You know, we can expect.
It's either going to be that, or it's not going to happen, or it'll be clouded over, or at the very worst, you know, something happened to somebody, you know, you know, when you've got the types of players that we're dealing with here, you know, let's not forget they take care of people that come out with a, you know, water powered engine or something that works on free energy. Yeah, they end up getting somehow massacred somehow or whatever. And I'm really kind of worried, because especially with these are two of our brightest, especially with Austin Whitsitt, he's like one of the top. They need to that's all their only recourse is to shut him the fuck up.
Man, on the money. And you want to know something? Just even with, like, a lot of people have been giving Whitsitt a lot of shit. My thing is, I don't think that motherfucker should go at all, right? Because you don't even have to go as far as Antarctica, because if you look at where the nations outside of the Tropic of Capricorn are, you could look at countries like New Zealand. You could look at spots in South America like Patagonia. You know what I'm saying? Super South Africa, right? The southern tip of South Africa. So you can use country, maybe that's a little bit too close, but you could use those regions, right? And you can fly there, and you don't have to worry about having to go to Antarctica. I think Antarctica is the absolute extreme. So you can double it up, right? You can do two things. You can get the sun, and you can do the moon.
But here's the whole thing on it. Regardless, and this again, why in the fuck are we looking at the sky to determine what we stand on?
Exactly.
Okay.
Good point.
They've lured us right into that dumb shit again. And I'm here to say, I don't give a shit if the sun does a bunch of fucking loop-de-loops and shit.
You're right.
It's not going to suddenly add convexity to the Earth. It's not going to suddenly make a 93 million mile sun possible. It's not going to suddenly make a gas without containment possible. None of the other shit that absolutely concretely proves that we're not on some kind of a spinning, wobbling space ball is not going to just suddenly go away because somebody sees some shit happen in the sky. Now, I don't think anybody's going to see a 24-hour sun. If there was, we would already have video of it.
It would just be evidence of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It would not be evidence of the convexity of the Earth.
No.
The forest in the conversation is you are not allowed to go north, south, circumnavigate. You're not allowed to do that. The trees of the conversation is some scammer is claiming he's going to send some guy to some chaperone trip to supposedly see some 24-hour sun. We all know it's bullshit. So also, the lights in the sky prove the positive claim of the heliocentrists wrong. The Selenelian eclipse from day one debunks the positive claim that the heliocentrists make about the lunar eclipse. So from day one, it's impossible.
On the money. And you guys, I think this is a narrative also. And Larry, nice to meet you, by the way.
Oh, what's up, dude? What's up? What's up?
All right. But we need to run with that narrative, because even me coming in the way I did just now, I have to remind myself that despite what the sun and the moon does, it ain't gonna make the Earth damn round. It don't matter. Right. It's not gonna turn it into a ball. And everything you just said. So it's like something that we have to like kind of.
When I believed in space, that was the belief. That's just what Witz is trying to say with what Einstein said back in the day. But you can't do terrestrial observations and experiments to determine the kinematic relationship between the Earth and the celestial stuff. Also, when you do that, you're pretending Venus, the stars, the moon are made out of the same thing as the land under your feet. The whole thing is a joke, religious bullshit.
And you want to know something? This is where the dishonesty of the globe comes in. Because how many times does Austin have to keep saying the same fucking thing over and over and over again? So you had this guy quartering, right? He didn't mention, well, you know what? He's got a really good point. So let's hear him out. Instead, he just cuts him off. Dave, he was going to do the same fucking thing. Like, we could see through that bullshit from a mile away. But every single fucking time, Austin brings up just that point, Larry, right? And like, everybody just glosses over it. Everybody totally ignores it. Totally ignores it. And that kind of brings me to this point right here. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, that's good.
Like, every single time that, and I'm sure it's really easy, but every single time, especially those lives where Professor Dave comes up, like at 35:20 of that video right there, what's his name was, he was typing up some stuff, and then freaking Austin was like, "Hey, what do you have my name in there for?" And then he's like, "What are you talking about? Lying to it? Just it's like, motherfucker, you lied again. There you go, lying again. It's like you lying again. We caught your ass on fucking live right now, just lying."
It's this
He's like, right here. He's like, what's my name coming up over there? He's like, "What are you talking about? I didn't have your name there. What do you mean?" And I'm like, this dude. I was like, how you going? Like, I find it bizarre and like absolutely fascinating that motherfuckers could just make money lying like this.
This is about 17 seconds before what you just the part where you just said. Let's see where they're going.
Yeah, I don't get it. I got, if the Earth is flat, what's under it? Shorts.
Yeah,
solar
that's what I
system
got.
from Earth's
Of
perspective.
course, because it's heavily censored. It doesn't mean it's true, but we don't have to play this game that like you're not propped up.
Jeff recommends popular content, but I make very good, informative, educational content.
Look at that. What do you? Wait, go down. What do you have to do with to get to geocentrism? What does your video have to do with it? You just proved my point live for the whole entire audience.
Maybe I put the keyword geocentrism in there. I don't even remember what my keywords are.
No, you didn't.
You don't know what my keywords are.
I know for a fact you did it. So anyway,
you don't have access to my YouTube
because I tested this because
it's like you must be. It's like you gotta be crazy, and it's like every fucking time motherfuckers like that do bullshit like that, It's like just like that. You see how perfectly you did it? It's 520 right there. And I marked it down. I was like, right here, I need to go back on this video. It's like right here, it just shows you lack credibility. Every fucking time you open your mouth, Dave, you hang yourself. And
it's always a lie, always a lie.
Yes.
And I think this is why they always jump into saying that what's his hold on, what's the video that you put on here?
Oh, so that's motherfucker. This dude is bizarre, man. Let me tell you, this Joker, he's like, he killed Austin Whitsitt. So that's his follow-up video, right?
Okay.
Austin Whitsitt in the
I got it over
so
here. What? Did I freeze up? Oh shit.
You're good with me. I think
you froze up on us, Ironworks.
The extra umbrella guy.
Yeah, it's Ironworks. I don't know why I call him the extra.
There I go. You know, my internet.
You're good.
You know, I'm up there in the country. But that's his video, his latest video that he put out today, basically licking his wounds, talking about how he smashed Austin Whitsitt on that last debate. Just talking about it. And then if you go in the comment section, they're like, oh, Austin is mad. He's totally dishonest. He doesn't speak with logic. And I'm like, the whole time, he uses logic as his back. You know what I'm saying? He uses logic as basis. So what are you talking about? Just the lies are just bizarre to me.
Here's his pinned comment. Says, hey all, that's the one that you were showing on Twitter. FYI had nothing to do with choosing the quartering to host. Austin was whining that I was too afraid. You read that earlier. 478 replies to that. Quartering is rather milquetoast. Why would it matter? Thank you for not using modern day debates. Happy to see you're not using their platform. Have zero respect for that channel, James. Thanks for pointing that out. La la la. We just a lot of people bitching on flat earthers in here, but of course what's his audience? I'd like to see the demographics. I think it's a lot of kids. I really do.
It could
His
be
moderator sucks. He has talked more than the debaters.
Yeah, I didn't hate him, but I didn't like him per se either, because I was like, you know, he jumped in and he kind of played like the tag team dude in WWF back in the day.
Quartering.
As soon as the ref turns his back, kind of slaps Austin upside his head. Didn't let him get in too many points in edgewise to just kind of finish off and round off his points.
Listen to this fucked up one, man. I love Professor Dave so much, and I love his pretentiousness with just the appropriate amount of it, and I think you should be proud of it. The only thing that I'm upset with is that he even entertains these guys. I guess he could say that he's doing some kind of good thing by fighting against it, but honestly, anyone that would believe the flat earth will reject everything out of Dave's mouth, making any kind of altruistic motive moot. But I can't hit on the guy for trying to monetize some fun, entertaining LOL. Wow.
Dick swallowing motherfuckers.
That's the level of sick. That's the level of sick. Did you happen to catch Craig? I'll have to watch this later, pick out some good parts from it, man. Let me see this. Yeah, I'll definitely look at that. Let's see, fight the flat earth. Okay, this was where there's Greg made it back. So did you happen to catch Craig fight the flat earth on Flatzoid perspective today?
No.
So if you join on Flatzoid's channel as a Patreon, huh? What'd you say, Greg?
I missed that one.
Oh yeah, well, we're gonna look at a little bit of this. This was kind of crazy. So the deal is, if you join up on Flatzoid's Patreon, one of the benefits is to be able to appear on the show, and if you want to debate him or talk to him and ask him questions and shit, you get to do it. So Craig joined as a Patreon. Make a long story short, Craig got so fucking irritating on that show that Flatzoid just kicked him off, said, just go away. take your Patreon money and shove it up your ass. I'm not kidding you, man. This guy was he's an embarrassment to himself. But he got called out on his nuclear engineer bullshit. So, you know, he's not really a nuclear engineer.
Is he in the British Royal Navy, or is he like the Scottish?
I think he was in the art. I think somebody gave him a captain's hat at the fucking Long John Silver's and he took it serious.
I know the Brits have subs. I don't know about the Scots.
But well, if he was a nuclear engineer, if he was an engineer on a nuclear sub, he would have been of an officer class.
Yeah. Well. Now, I don't know about the foreign countries, but I do know I used to work with nukes all the time for a lot of my career. And they're either enlisted or they're officers. And they work back on the aft part of the sub.
That's U.S. That's the U.S. Navy.
Yeah, U.S. Navy. So I don't know. I
was looking into it in the British Navy, and it's an officer class job.
Oh, okay.
He backpedaled and said it was some other thing, which basically meant somebody who jerry rigs shit.
Oh. So he wasn't a nuke,
huh?
So he wasn't a nuclear.
I think in all reality, he was just a cabin boy.
Okay.
You know, polishing
keeping
the cabin.
Keeping the XO and CO warm.
Yeah, that's it. That was his job.
Oh, this is Craig.
Yeah.
I always forget he's FTFE.
He
on Craig in like my head.
He must have had chocolate milk or something right before this because he's got something on his upper lip. It looks like he didn't wipe his mouth off after drinking some chocolate milk or something there, but we'll see. He's waiting to get it started. Let's put this on a little faster play.
Negative. It hasn't started yet. Let's see. We got into restream from this side.
See, this is the trouble, man. People have.
That's showing live 50. Yeah, okay, it's showing live from my side.
This internet's getting more and more fucked up every day.
Ready to join. It's working.
If he does, I want to see the stump. I want him to show the stump on TV. What? Yeah, he's supposed to get something amputated.
What? Yeah, I know he's got some health issues and he's been trying to cut weight.
Yeah, he has to cut weight so he can have the surgery.
Oh my Lord! Wow.
Yeah, not good.
And then on top of that, you lying? God, boy, you better, man, brother, you need to change it up, my man. You need to change it up.
Get yourself right. Is this where you want to be when Jesus comes back? I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. There we go.
Look, where's his lip dirty?
I'm in. We're in. Okay, it's working. We are live. Good to see you all. Thank you for coming. Really appreciate.
Is she attempting to grow facial hair?
I was gonna say he's growing that junior mustache.
He's been taking tea. He's on tea.
Appreciate it. Hopefully, Craig will be ready. Can you hear me, Craig? Are you still busy that side? Okay, waiting on Craig. Can you hear me, Craig?
Look at him. He's
junior.
I'm surprised he's not digging all up in his
fucking
fucking
please hit the like to
nose,
share the show. Let everybody know we are.
Let's get him up here a little bit.
But he just paused and then I had to restart it. And then when I come back on,
Invite guests, copy. There we go, PJ. The link is for you in there. Can you?
But he just paused and then I had to restart it. And then when I come back on, element's gone, completely gone.
Yeah, PJ came on to moderate, and I don't think Craig liked that a whole lot.
To re-verify it, and I re-verified it on my phone, and then it's still taking its time. It's still trying to verify now, so I've just stopped it for now. That's why I said put it in. I could have done it on my phone, but I don't want to moderate on my phone. I can't see anything.
Yeah.
Not that
You guys probably don't understand shit PJ's saying at fast speed. I've been around him a long time. I understand everything he's saying. Is that accent?
They're all in the UK at that time, right?
Well, let's see. PJ is, FTFE is, Flatzoid lives in South Africa.
Okay.
Because I'm sure they've got to be respectful.
Get into it here.
Just waiting for Craig. Biggie is already up and running. Good to see, guys. Good on yourself.
Yeah, great. Sorry about that. YouTube would not let me start my stream and all sorts, and then
I had issues as well.
My chat turned off, and there's kind of weird crap going on.
I hear echo.
Yeah, someone got my stream up?
Not me.
I got nothing. I just got Restream open.
I've got yours up flat, but I'm on mute.
It's gone now. That's
Okay.
all right.
That sounds good. Okay, there we go. I always had issues. People are saying YouTube chat is having errors, so there's something with YouTube at the moment going on. So
so any buffering on today, anything, guys, I do apologize. It's not my fault. It's Google. That's kind of why you're there. You can put the on debate if you want, but yeah, it was definitely a debate. Not that you did very well, but there were some things that you said.
Well, let me ask you a question though. If he's so smart, then how did he not understand how time works and not understand what a debate is? But I'm the one that's supposedly not intelligent.
I just don't think that Bob was understanding of the format for whatever reason. And that did. I don't know how it explained to him or what he thought that the format was, but he obviously didn't pay attention to that because he didn't.
Because he's an arrogant prick. He's talking about Bob, the science guy, when Flatzoid debated him. And they were talking about, rigid plane being set by the gyroscope and shit like that.
Yes, the old guy, the smug guy, smug and arrogant. Yes, I remember.
Listen, it's a simple format. Okay, I worked this out real carefully with Jaron. I said this would be perfect, right? It keeps these guys because they strategically interrupt you. Okay, they wait till you're about to get to a point.
Yes.
And as soon as you're about to make the point, then they interrupt you with some minutia about anything you said leading up to that point. Okay.
So true. So
yeah.
true. Dave Farina is a black belt in that. And that's so true. You were sorry, Sovereign. You were saying.
Yeah. So what we do on what we worked on Jaron, it's like I was thinking back to when I was a kid, man. We had CB radios. Okay. There's only one motherfucker talking at one time. Okay. If you key up over somebody, you ain't supposed to key up over them because then nobody can hear anybody. Okay. So what we would do is we got it set so that when one guy's doing talking, his time's counting down and the other guy's mic is muted. Okay. Now, if the other guy finds it absolutely necessary that he must interrupt, then he's got two buzzers. He can click one of those buzzers and then the other guy can finish his sentence and everything and then relinquish it over. They have 10 minutes to make their little interruption. Then it's over. And then it comes back to you're muted again. Once you've used up your buzzer, you are no longer going to interrupt for anything. No, it's not happening. And they cannot deal with that. Well, that's very simple rules. It was illustrated out and Bob, the science guy, the arrogant prick that he is, decided that he doesn't have to look at rules or abide by them or realize anything. And it worked to his detriment, you see, because he wasted a bunch of his time.
Yep. And he's supposedly a pilot as well, right?
That's what he says.
Right. That's the claim. So, yeah, I saw that debate. I wasn't at all impressed. And I was a little bit annoyed at that debate, too, because it's like, even if we win, right? Even if we win or we win these debates, at the end of the day, kind of like what you alluded to, Saab, it ain't going to change the fucking shape of this place.
No.
Even if they win, they could win 1,000,000-0, right? Yep. Austin could have, he could have had alum in his mouth and then he couldn't be able to talk, whatever. But it's not going to change this place. And so these, it's unfortunate because these globe people are going to go out with this false sense of victory or this false sense of, see, we told you the earth was a globe. And it's not, it's not really a win for anybody. It's just a dick measuring contest. That's all. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is, because it doesn't, even though we know what it is, right? And we have there's a very strong chance that it is, everything else is playing because we can prove it, right? It's not going to change it either way. So really us celebrating is basically us just jamming our fingers in their eyes and exposing them for the bullshit artists that they are at this point, right?
They really put a lot of effort into trying to convince people that this is not the reality that we observe. And the only thing that the only tools they have is their crazy ass pseudoscience and mockery. That's it, because they'll say, well, you don't understand science. And I'm like, motherfucker, let's start discussing science. Show me the science.
Yes.
Show me the science behind your scientifically impossible fucking postulation. Go ahead.
And
I'm waiting for it,
Yeah.
And they'll say, well, Cavendish. I'm like, that's the best you got. Some crackpot from the 18th century that fucking ate mercury and shit. That's the best you've got.
Yep. And
Okay. And he wasn't in, first an experiment starts with an observation. Okay. So when has anybody seen objects attracting one another? Never. So why would you make an experiment? The truth of the matter was the experiment wasn't an experiment. It was an observation. He was looking to try to calculate the mean density of the Earth. That's what he was trying to do. He wasn't trying to show mass attracting mass or anything else. But these idiots will go, it's like, well, it shows that. And I'm like, ultimately, the whole thing's connected to the ground. So how did you rule out your gravity from gravity? I don't get it. Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any damn sense. And they just scream about this thing. And it's like, well, no, we have this thing. It picks up gravitational waves. And I'm like, you mean displacement waves? Displacement waves. That's what you're calling gravitational waves.
And you know what? They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
No.
I'll be real with you. When people, look, I'm gonna call a strike, a ball all day. Because when Austin explains stuff, like he could go into turbo mode, and then I just back off, and I'm like, all right, man, you got it. Whatever it is you say, I'm going whatever.
Dude, you know how I got this sped up, right? When I go back and replay Austin, sometimes I slow it way down so I can go, okay, yeah, and I'm like putting these words out. Okay, got it. Right. Yeah, it makes sense. Got it. Go.
And that makes sense. But it's like when he's in Super Saiyan mode, right? It's like, you gotta let him, it's like, okay, you know what? You need to break it up into chunks. And that's even for the people that are on the flat side. Because I can tell you right now, a lot of people on the flat side, right, don't understand what the fuck it is he's saying. I'm just going to be real with you. A lot of people on the flat side. So they dare not tread in that part of the park. You know what I'm saying? So it's cool. It's all right. That's why I relegated to simple shit. Like, okay, ain't no curve out there. That's one.
Yeah.
Two, ain't no movement nowhere.
All right.
That's it. Yo, show me some curve.
Well,
and knock that shit out the park.
This is the whole thing, is they try to shift that over to you. And it's like, look, my observations and experiences, like I asked that guy on Flatoids. I don't know if you saw that clip. He clipped the part from it. But that guy that made that almost 8-hour video about why flat earthers are wrong, Veritas, he came on Flatoids. And I ended up asking him, I said, well, let me just ask you something, man. If nobody had ever told you that you lived on a globe, what observations and or experiences have you had in your life that would make you go, hey, you know what? I think that I'm on a spinning ball. And that dude was stumped. He couldn't, he was like, and then he said, I'm just trying to figure out if this conversation's even worth having. And I was like, wow, that was the best display of cognitive dissonance I've ever seen in my life right there.
Mm-hmm.
It was beautiful.
Yep.
Well, you brought that up, and because I joined the thing late, like right when you finished the Austin debate. But the thing that stood out the most to me with that debate is they're having this like little back and forth about who has the positive claim, you know?
Yeah.
And then I think it's fucking common sense that geocentrism, flat Earth has the the opposite. Heliocentrism has the positive claim. Right? You know what I mean? The burden of proof.
It goes against all observation.
What was the term they kept using in the debate? They kept saying the default position. The default position is geocentrism, flat Earth. Farina, he keeps saying nuh-uh because the southern stars, and then interrupts Austin when Austin tries to get hyper specific about the southern stars. People should just say, first of all, no, you're just seeing the lights in the sky move that way. That doesn't tell you like that up and down doesn't exist. Jesus Christ. Secondly, like the Southern Star stuff, they're so tricky with the language because, you know, counterclockwise and clockwise, those words are like derivative of left and right. And it's like, regardless, everything's rising in the east, setting in the west. When your vocab changes because you, the observer, turned around.
Yes.
You know, but like Austin gets so specific and then Farina interrupts him. That's the I think even more important than we can see too far, Salinelli blah blah blah, Mickelson, Morley. Most importantly, they started it. You had the positive claim. Back to fucking step one, Farina. You're wrong about the Southern Stars. You have the positive claim. What the fuck? It's ridiculous. So thanks for letting me rant.
Yeah,
This
no
shit
worries,
pissed me
man.
off, man. Like, it's so annoying.
It's crazy. And you know, what's wild is Austin was trying to, and just like you said, he was trying to explain that. But then there came a time where Farina was sitting there and he was like, well, which direction does it turn when you're standing over here? So Austin wouldn't answer. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching this and I'm like, I think he has good reason to not answer right now. I hope my internet didn't freeze.
No,
But I'm like, I hope there's I think I see why he's not answering right now. And it kind of makes sense strictly because they could turn around and do the aha. See, you said this when what I meant was this. And then they could say, that's a point for me. And it's like, no, motherfucker. We know it's going to move in a different. So that's why I'm like, just answer it, dude. Just answer it. But he was taking his time and he was playing it to where he was like, hey, you need to be specific. And so a lot of people were getting on him for that. But I was like, these people are so tricky. You kind of have to play their game along with them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's so hard.
When he was using his example of put a clock on the ceiling, and I'm like, okay, stand inside the center of the clock and look out at the hands. Which way are they going? Now go outside the clock and look in at the hands. Which way are they going? That's what you're doing. Okay. When a car goes by my house, it's going from south to north. Okay.
And you even saw when freaking the quartering was like, looks like it's turning counter. I think he said it might be mirrored because it looks like it's turning clockwise to me.
Yeah.
So it's like based off of your fucking perspective, off of what your settings are on off of what the damn computer settings are. What the fuck everybody up? Oh, see, you said clockwise. It's actually turning counterclockwise. He's like, dude, and then Austin probably would have said some shit like, hey man, my computer settings, no, you lost. That's a point for me. And then they would have been like, well, that is a point for him. And then the Globe people would have just run off and told that. And they would have been like, see, Austin don't know what the fuck he's talking. You see, these people are just tricky as hell, man. They
oh my God, yeah. This was pretty good. We'll zoom up here into it when they start getting into it, but I don't have any need to talk to this guy right here anymore. I really don't. I don't have any need to talk to any of them. To tell you the truth, I'm going on Jaron tomorrow for a debate against Sean Hawkins, which should be interesting. That's 6 o'clock Eastern time, 3 o'clock Pacific. And it should be, interesting. But, he's another one of these vile creatures that, it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to go and, okay, let's take a look at your angles to Polaris, Sean. Let's go ahead and do that. Now show them in a perspective view like they're actually seen. I mean, you're going to have to go through this dumb shit with him over again. The guy's desperate for viewers. He's desperate for content. He doesn't have any. He's, trying to build his channel back again because he's so vile. He got his channel removed. He's just a creep. So once that's done, because I've had an open challenge to his cowardly ass for over a year on my channel, and he's finally going to do it. So we'll see what
Hawkins. I hear his name come up a lot on Jaren's channel, and I heard you mention him a few, and this is again tonight. So I didn't know who he was or why he's so bad, but outside, I guess, of the the Furious Four, whatever you want to call those guys, the McToons, the those guys. Outside of them, then his name just like carries in the wind. So wow, I didn't know there were more. There were more.
I'll tell you, you'll watch 5 minutes of one of his videos. I'm going to give you the link to him.
The best round earther, unironically, is Brenda. Brenda will bite any bullet. She will bite any bullet. She always will be like, yes, it is refraction. Yes. Brenda is fucking crazy. I think Brenda believes it.
Yo, I saw one debate between Jared and Brenda, and I laughed so hard where they were arguing about the Sagita, right? The bump in the middle of the earth.
Okay.
and Jared was like, dude, I you know what? Not even gonna say it. But the thing that just trips me out about Brenda is how he thinks Jared is the confused one. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Jared isn't the one that decided he wanted a freaking, you know what the hell I'm about to say. So I don't want to offend nobody. So Jared's not the one that's all, dressed up like fucking Miss Doubtfire and shit. It's your ass over there coming on the TV looking like this. So he's got it all messed up.
But then naturally, that makes sense that Brenda's cosmology would be what it be, pretty messed up.
Yeah.
Wow, he might have got this. He might have got this latest channel knocked out too, because he's not showing up in my search here, and that's not good. Because I just looked at his latest video and it said that it was removed.
Shane 187.
Here's one.
Brenda, you mean?
Oh, here we go.
Brenda, you mean gender bender Brenda? Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's got to call himself CDOAFK 33 now because he's been banned and shit.
Dude, you know what's been on my mind as well, dude? In that debate is like, okay, we need to hold the phone and hit the brakes and say, what is the mainstream, like taught in public school, official narrative about humanity's understanding of our place in the universe? Did the ancient Israelites believe in space or a flat earth with a firmament? Like, or is it disputed? Or like, because people now are pretending that like no one's ever believed in the flat earth, or where, like, what about like the Mayans? What about,
I know,
because now that's like this new idea that like it's really bizarre. I don't even understand where my Christian friends, I try to be like, I try not to touch it and I just kind of move on with my life, but a lot of my Christian friends are like, oh no, that's like space, like the Bible's in space and stuff. I'm like,
and that's a good point. As soon as you mentioned the ancient Israelites, it took me back. I used to live in Italy way back in the day when I first enlisted, and every once in a while I'd hit up Vatican. I'd go to Vatican City and stuff. And I remember going inside the Sistine Chapel, and you know how the Sistine Chapel, what is?
You cut out, but I hear you. Like the Sistine Chapel, right? Like looks like the dome. You cut out.
He froze up on us.
Maybe he's like completely out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sean here?
You're good, Umbrella. Now.
Yeah, so just looking at the Sistine Chapel, it's like these people are just replicating what this place is in every way imaginable.
Oh my God, you're tripping me out. You know what also brings me into another thing that I've been thinking about? I have a weird thing. Why do they keep saying that it's a like hype? Okay, first of all, we would have to go and double check. That's the most important thing. But people usually theorize it's a physical dome, a hemisphere. But like in the Bible and stuff like that, like when they make like the tabernacle and stuff like that, like isn't it usually like a square? Like, and also if the firmament is like flat lights like moving around like in a circle, like if it had that big shape, like I don't know, it just interests me. Like, how do we know like the shape of the firmament is like dome-like? Because I know our vision, we create that azimuthal.
I think it looks just like the fucking lens of your eye.
Yeah.
You know, I do. I think your eye is like a perfect replication of what we've got.
Because if you think of, you know what, probably especially something like a blue eye, even, right? Because you've got the waters that reflect the sky, and then in the very dead center, I guess you could say is the black part is the cornea, right? No, that's your pupil. Excuse me.
The pupil,
The black part is your pupil. Excuse me. So the very dead center, you have rupus negris or rupus negri, whatever you want to call it. And then outside of that, you have everything else. You have the blue water. So it could you know what? I was thinking about that, but you're the second thing or the second person that I heard you're the first person I heard other than in my own head thinking about it, and I was like, no, that's just me tripping.
Yeah,
No,
it's like somebody's got this idea of like a cake dome.
Yes.
And I'm looking at like something that's more like a little blister, you know, like just a little blister. You know, people haven't got you have to take into account that would still be immense because, like I said before, the size of the earth. How do we really know what the actual distance between, say, South Africa and Argentina really is?
Exactly. That's why that Buenos Aires flight thing is so ridiculous, where people cream their pants over that. It's like, that is the conspiracy. We don't know what the world looks like. And you're like, what the fuck?
You know, it's possible. What was it? Somebody said something to me, and I got to look into it a little more. Renee Bernays, I think, said something about a new continent called Zealandia that was recently found. And the reason I thought that was interesting is because I remember it seemed like there was a fantasy Lego set called Zealandia. Let me see if I can.
Zealandia.
They found it. Isn't there like pictures of the fucking planet from space? Wouldn't they have seen it?
Let's see. Oh, it says Zealandia, also known as Tiria Maui, whatever, is an almost entirely submerged mass of continental crust in Oceania that subsided after breaking away from Gondwana 83 to 79 million years ago. Somebody must have kept track of it.
Oceania out there by like not Midway. Yeah, no, not Midway, but the Wake Islands and shit like that. Like big ass fast all there.
There's a bunch of shit out there that we probably don't know about. You know, they ran across, even in the 50s, they'd find these islands in the Pacific, and they'd go aboard, go on this island and shit, and all of a sudden somebody starts shooting at them, and they find these Japanese soldiers. They were told to hold their post, and whoever told them to hold that got killed.
Yes.
They never got relieved. Nobody knew the fuck they were there, and here comes somebody on the beach to shoot.
That's right. That's right. There's the story of the Japanese soldier that was holed up, I think, for like 30 years. He was in the jungles of, I think it was Guam. He was in the jungle in Guam. And if in the Navy, a lot of times you go to places like.
Quit freezing up on me. No. It's like one of the movies, It's like, Mr. Taylor have a one killer, and the name of that killer is.
Okay, there go my internet doing its thing.
You're back.
But Guam is like, I like to equate Guam to being the poor man's Hawaii, right? And so it's like Hawaii after the apocalypse. And you've got like Hagatna, and you've got Tamuning, and you've got the local, city-like area where all the sailors and Marines and stuff like that is around. But then on the outskirts, you've got like jungle and shit, right? And so apparently this Japanese soldier was like he was in the jungle in Guam, and he was camped out there for like 30 freaking years.
The fuck was he eating?
Yo, he they got coconuts everywhere, man. He was camped out there in his uniform. My man, he grew a beard, a mustache, and he was just waiting for the next order as to what to do next. So he was killing locals and everything. Yep.
That's a well-disciplined soldier right there.
Yep.
Holy cow.
Yep. I think he died in the 90s or the 80s or something crazy like that. I forgot. But yeah, it was like a big thing. It was a big thing. They found him in the 70s.
There's Hello Baby. She thought that was funny. He said he was out there in the jungle and shit. Yeah, man, that's some crazy. But you know, I think there was even an old Laurel and Hardy routine like that, and it took place in World War I. You know, and it got to finally the point. You know, he told the skinny guy to guard that post, you know, until he was relieved, and so he just kept marching back and forth. And then pretty soon it was like 20 years later, and there was all these ration cans stacked up, and he was in a trench by now. He wore a trench, and he didn't know the war was over. And his friend told him, he says, "Yeah, it's been over for like 20 years and shit." And he's like, "What?" I was like, "That's hilarious, man." Well, welcome, Kevin C. What's happening, my man?
Dude, if I had the ability to, I would love, you know, the 2014 Go Fast rocket.
Yeah.
Another bizarre anomaly in this whole conversation.
Yeah.
I would want to do a bunch of those at all different places at the world and just see like how high is the firmament? Like what, you know, I probably get in trouble with Jesus for doing that though.
So I know in the 58 encyclopedia, I actually bought the entire encyclopedia set just to get fucking A. It's crazy. Spent like $300 on it. I was like, whatever. I'm keeping this book. I won't regret it after I make this purchase. But on page 14 in that book, matter of fact, hold on. Wait one, let me go get it. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back.
Right.
That's another bizarre video. Like, okay.
Well, I know that they say the Kármán line is 62 miles. And they say that's where you pop into space.
There it is.
Okay. But that's no way, that's like they're just making stuff up.
Yeah, so like there it is in page 14 of this book. It says where it's at. There it is. Okay, so it says blah blah blah. 4 United States planes flew from New Zealand. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
All right. Flew from New Zealand to McMurdo Sound on December 20, 1955, and made exploratory flights over unknown parts of the continent until January 18, 1956. When they returned to New Zealand, these flights proved the inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet at a height of 80 south.
Yeah. 80 degrees.
80 south, longitude 90 east. And then there was another one, New Mountain Range, and then they said New Mountain Ranges located 85 south, blah, 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 blah. And so what that sounds like to me is, as they mentioned those coordinates, if you look, like it's sort of, if you look at a Gleason's map and you follow the IDL all the way down, it's like you can use that as like your point of reference. But once you get on the ice, it brings it along the rim, along the outer edges, not further, not more towards the water, but further back, right towards the edge of the map, and it starts to kind of gather on the outer edges. So David Weiss mentioned something that I always thought, that if a dome was out there, a dome-like feature, right, it would be sitting like on the edges. It would be sitting on the edges, kind of like when they show Atlas holding something up. He's holding the edges of the firmament. A lot of people think Atlas is holding up the earth or the pillars of the earth. He's holding up the firmament, and he's holding up those edges, that's like those mountains. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, until we can actually fully go there, it's going to be interesting. I think it's rather interesting that they found these cargo ships as far into Antarctica as, they have 700 miles. How are they getting in there? They're going through those passages. They're going through those passages. There's other lands out there. We are in contact with them. Someone here is. We are definitely trading with them. Trading what? I don't know. But these container ships, one of them was bigger than any of them you've ever seen. And they're registered to this little place called Canatu in the middle of the damn South Pacific. It's just a little tiny sandbar, has a Captain Hook hotel and a couple of houses.
What? Now, yeah, because I was looking at that. That's funny that you mentioned that. because I saw like Kiribati in them own like it's like an archipelago of like 36 islands that Kiribati owns. And I think Canada perhaps is one of them. But Kiribati is that one that looks like a big old wrench. It looks like a wrench with teeth inside of it and a bunch of small little ass islets and stuff right on the inside. It's wild as hell. But then as you zoom into whether you're using Google Earth or ArcGIS or whatever electronic map that you're using, you could see all the islands that Kiribati uses. And where Kiribati sits, it sits on the IDL and the equator, the main piece of land. It's wild.
Yeah, see, there's more going on, and I think they're worried about that becoming uncovered, which it's too late. Cat's out of the bag, man.
Yep.
Cat's out of the bag. People are listening. These people, the more desperate they act, the worse they do. Just like you were saying earlier, they create more flat earthers with their behavior. You know, just the fact that they're even there should be telling people something. I mean, you don't see any channels dedicated to debunking Hollow Earth. You don't see any channels dedicated to debunking Bigfoot.
Ancient aliens, you name it. They got shit. They took the whole channel and turned it into sightings. Remember that show, Sightings?
Yeah.
Turned it into a whole freaking episode of Sightings. Mermaids. Are they real? Tune in with. I'm like, oh, geez.
In search of.
Yeah, in search of mermaids. And I'm like, good night. But let me tell you, this flat earth, true earth thing is going so it's taking me to a place that I thought I wouldn't be looking at publications like the Voynich manuscripts, the Codex Gigas. But now, knowing what we know now, those publications hold some kind of relevance.
Yes.
Now we're starting to see things like the old world and everything else. So people are like, oh, I don't understand your fascination with the flat earth. What if it's a flat earth? If it's a taco, it doesn't matter. It's like, no, it totally fucking matters, dude. Like, it absolutely fucking matters, because now those books that we do know that they exist, right? And they meant something to somebody back then. We don't know who, we don't know what. But now things are starting, these puzzle pieces that you had strewn about, we've consolidated them to a point to now we're like, okay, where does this go now?
But let's take this right down to the fundamental. Imagine what's behind that. This could not in any way be human. To be able to deceive the majority of the people on this earth into believing a complete antithesis of where they really are. Now, that's not of any human origin whatsoever. Now, humans were used, or I'll loosely use that term, humans were used and are being used to try to propagate that deception. But we're seeing through it because the veil is lifting, the veil is ripping, it's shredding. There's nothing they can do. And despite their efforts at censorship, despite their efforts at silencing, it's not working. You cut off one of us, 5 more pop up in our place.
Yep, and they're scared. They're absolutely petrified. And it's good to see them scared. I like it.
This is why we've seen a record number. I've never seen this many fucking space launches in 6 months period of time as has occurred this year alone. Wonder why that is, because they have to reify their damn position of we live in space.
Yep.
Believe in space. Believe in this nonsense. And people aren't buying it.
No. And NASA, it's almost as if NASA and them got their shit together. They're like, hey, I got this extra rocket line around. Why don't I just see if I can launch it? And I'm like, you motherfuckers. Y'all know y'all ain't going nowhere with that thing. What are you doing? Yeah. And it's crazy because it's like the more the people are awakened to the deception, what they fail to realize is that the more critical eyes are going to be sitting there at their bullshit. And you know what's fucked up about it? Is that you're going to have a lot more people that are a lot smarter than us that don't play that nonsense that they do. That's a whole lot of them that are going to just be like, oh, did you guys notice this? They're going to just point out more stuff that we didn't notice. And then NASA's freaking bullshit experiment just unravels before them. Now the one thing that concerns me is, okay, we know the truth is coming out, but then what, right? Who are they either going to blame? Who's going to be the scapegoat? Who's going to be taking the punishment for the truth coming out?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to be punished. Now, I wonder, for us exposing the truth for what it is, are they going to have some false flag nonsense? Have a dude say he's a KKK white supremacist, and then he did this, he killed a whole bunch of people. Oh, and then he's a flat earther over that. And then I'm like, I see where this is going.
I'm curious. I feel like this is extremely bizarre that like David Weiss, Austin are like alive, like because I do really think the Earth is flat, and it's like so America, Russia, China, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're all colluding, and like so clearly they're allowing David Weiss to live. Like, if they can assassinate people like at the Hillary Clinton political level, so it's very weird how. Well, this conspiracy is just like allowed to.
Why do you think I have? Why do you think I always have a loaded gun near me, within arm's reach at all times? Right now, I'm sitting here with an AK-47 leaned up against my desk, ready to rock and roll at a moment's notice, and a little cute little. It's known as John Browning's failure, but it's a little 25 automatic little hooker gun. It's cute as hell, but it packs a little wallop. So.
And I guess, like, I hear exactly where you're coming from, Larry. I've thought about this, but I feel that the reason behind that is too many people are afraid still. They're afraid to come out and say what the truth is. They know what it is. They know what the truth is. They're like, oh, it is flat, right?
Well, here's what's telling. Here's what's telling.
Like, because in our world where we interact with each other, we're like, oh, I know 10 flat earthers, but that's our world. Whereas doctors are like, hey, I know 10 proctologists. Where me, I'm like, I don't know any proctologists. You know what I'm saying? Fake astronauts or Satan worshipers would be like, yeah, we go to our cemetery meetings every midnight, blah blah blah. This that. There are 500 Satan worshipers.
Well, to get at what Sovereign was saying, I guess I also might be like overestimating like their ability to just kind of like kill people like that. But I just find it weird, like where I just feel like I'm just some regular dude, just like find these YouTube videos where I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Like,
well, this is why they got
like really deep.
Listen, there's a lot involved with that. You start off in flat earthers, what's that going to do? That's just going to strengthen it. Okay. So it's easier to just go ahead and do the psyop, which is what's going on now. I think there's probably an esoteric karmic type situation involved with it as well. Because a lot of times these whistleblowers that get knocked off, they're actually people who were participating in the crime to begin with, and then decided, it would be to their best advantage to turn the other way. And so karmically, it's no problem to off one of them. Whereas with us, we're doing nothing but speaking truth. We're not doing nothing but using words. We're not acting violent. We're not talking, in anything that is in any danger to anyone else. Okay. So it's a little harder than that. Now, do I think that they try to black bag people and maybe reprogram them? Absolutely. Absolutely. There's not any lengths these people won't go to. But as far as like the Russians and the Americans and all these people working together, well, that's because you assume that they're all separate. It's a one world government and has been since at least the late 40s. Okay. This is their first little test run of that in a UN-backed army was the police action in Korea, which wasn't a war. It was a police action. Yeah. To stop the spread of communism. But what we had over there is we had Aussies, we had Brits, we had Americans, we had Canadians, the whole thing. See, that's what the whole Allied portion of World War II was actually all about. For the first time in history, one man of one nation's military was given supreme command over the militaries of other nations.
Who?
Dwight
I don't get
Eisenhower.
this shit.
Dwight David Eisenhower.
Okay,
They
Dwight
created the
Eisenhower.
rank. They created the rank 5-star general for that.
Damn, that's probably even higher than 10th prestige.
You know, and so what he was in charge of Montgomery. He was in charge of de Gaulle. He was in charge of Patton. He was in charge of all the Allied forces in Europe at that time during that war. So that was like their first little test run of that shit. Now the League of Nations failed after World War I because it was in Belgium. And we were like, you know, fuck that. Why are we even in that? Why did we even go over there for that anyways, right? So it didn't really take, and without the United States, they really don't have any kind of a coalition. So by the time the UN was developed, well, there was the Rockefeller family who's most so kindly donated the land to build the newly founded United Nations. And how can you not be in it if it's in your own freaking country, right?
Now, when was that? Was in 1930 something?
No, 1940. Let's see.
The United Nations?
Yeah.
Okay, because were they still the League of Nations in 1930 something?
Let's see. The United Nations. Let's see. What year was it formed? Let's find out. Let's see. History. During World War I, yeah, they're going to keep going with a bunch of shit on it. Let's just refine the question. What year was the United Nations established? Okay, let's see. 1944, taking up the Wilsonian mantle in 1945 and 44 and 45. Let's see. Let me get down here.
So were they the League of Nations still in the 30s?
44 and 45. No, League of Nations had dissolved before
that.
Okay. Yeah, it dissolved before that. Yeah, absolutely. Huh. Yeah, so it was between 1944 and 1945 is when they put it together. And by 1947, it was really in, you know.
Established. Okay.
So that's why I say we've been under that for a long time. It's an illusion of international sovereignty, which we don't really have, you know. Hence, everybody agreeing to the all the protocols of the Holocaust. All of people believing, you know, and agreeing with the 50,000 feet height limit for private pilots. All of them agreeing that no free exploration of the North Pole or Antarctica. I mean, isn't that funny? They all cooperate to enforce those things, even when they're fucking nuking each other or whatever else, you know? I mean, wow. So
they can agree on, that's right. They can agree. They're like, hey, man, this is what we need to agree on. You guys can say, do what it is you want, but here are the hard lines right here.
Well, the wars are not what you think they are. Okay. Yeah. The reality of it is that it's very, very esoteric. It is a ritualistic killing of the firstborn every so many years. Even though they're men now, they're 18 years old, they're still usually the firstborn, and they go into combat and they get fucking killed. It's a ritualistic fucking sacrifice. What's up, Mr. Foster?
Hi, David.
David, what's happening, brother?
Talk to me, David.
How you doing, legend?
What's happening, buddy? How you doing tonight?
Good.
Enjoying that weather?
Thought I'd try and join in on a podcast just as a looker and maybe comment if I hear something worthy of comment.
Sure enough.
Welcome,
Thanks.
David.
Cheers.
How you doing, David?
Nice to have you. Well, we're just we're going over this portion, just parts of some of Fight the Flat Earth on Flatzoid today. See, that's the thing. I would take that down, man. He's got this thing. If you become a Patreon, then that gives you the exclusive right to come on at least once a month and argue with him or whatever else. But he had McToon was a Patreon once, and he ended up, McToon became such an irritating shit that he just had to tell him, you know, take your Patreon money and stick it up your ass. I don't want you on here anymore. And he had to do the same thing with Fight the Flat Earth on here today, which was like, what the fuck, man? You know, but that's part of what I was saying. These guys are getting so desperate. Now think about this. For McToon or this guy to pay money to be able to go on there and argue with him makes as much sense as a minister subscribing to an OnlyFans account so that he can tell everybody how sinful it is. You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
That makes exactly the same amount of sense. So what the fuck is going on there? Right?
Don't go there, y'all. Don't go
like
to
the guy that wants to hang out in the strip club and try to, you know, because he's there to try to help save the strippers from being strippers. See? Yeah, you're gonna save their soul, shit. Right? He ain't interested in seeing no titties or nothing. No. He bringing the word of the Lord to them. That's what's happening there.
Like I left my Bible in the car. I'm just here for the wings, y'all.
Oh shit! I must have thought that this wad of $1 bills was my Bible. Damn. Holy crap! Bumper sticker on his car says, "I support single mothers $1 at a time." Right?
Oh Lord.
Anyway, I think this is right up about to the part where they were arguing about this guy. I don't know how they can't get this. There are no arcs in a freaking triangle. Okay? Otherwise, guess what? It's not a triangle anymore. It's something else.
Who's making that argument? It's not
every
FTF,
goddamn glober that there is. And you try to tell them every one of these observations, you have to have a flat baseline. Okay, you're looking for, you're going
but
from
flat is curved.
Oh. Flat
no, level.
curved.
I fucked it up.
Lord.
I messed it up. Level is curved.
Level is yes. Oh.
I know it's all gaslighting bullshit, and that's up is down, down is up, black is white, white is black.
Yeah,
The
it's a
earth is
real
round
like
and tiny. No, it's huge and not round. You know, everything. The sun is magnificently huge and far away. No, it's relatively small and rather close comparatively. You know, all the shit that they tout is absolute Luciferian inversion of reality. And there's no other way to put it. It's a complete Luciferian inversion of reality. And that's how everything they do is. It's the opposite. Everything they tell you, look at everything in our world is this way. We have a healthcare system that destroys health. We have an education system that destroys the brain. We have you know, a justice system that is for a just us system. When they tell us that it is the best criminal just us system in the world, they're not lying. You just have to put
the FDA. Look at the FDA. Oh, we allow poison in your food. We knowingly allow the poisoning. I'm like, God damn.
Fight you tooth and nail to get it in here too. Fight tooth and nail to bring it. Yes. Most of our foods are banned in other countries. I mean, for crying out loud, man. If you can't see the inversion and everything they try to tell you.
Yo, let me tell you, when I lived in Hawaii, right? I lived in Hawaii from 2014 to 2017, right? They were made to wear, because Monsanto was everywhere on the North Shore. I lived on Hawaii.
What is that crunching noise? Who is that?
Not me. I'm not eating popcorn.
A bag of some Cheetos or something.
Say, someone's hungry.
That was Dave. Somebody's eating popcorn or chips or something, man. They go into town on a few boy.
Hard, man.
They going down on them, boy. Yeah. Who's eating chips over there, Dave? Who's eating the potato chips over there? Something sounded like somebody eating potato chips. Yeah,
Larry,
it
is
sounds
that
like. You hear that?
David, your audio is really like crunchy sounding.
I'm getting a lot of technical static in the background that I never got when I was just watching the show live.
Huh?
But
You
now
might.
that I'm in the studio, I'm getting a lot of static in the background.
Do you still have the browser open where you came from? Because that might be fucking with it.
I could tell you.
There, it's gone now. No, wait, there it is again.
Sound like somebody fucking up some pork rinds right now.
It does sound like somebody eating pork rinds, no doubt, right?
It's fucking them up. But yeah, like
well, he
when I
gets
lived in Hawaii, they were making it to where they wouldn't allow you to grow your own food.
What?
And all over Hawaii, you know, you could drop seeds on the floor, man, and you could grow whatever the hell you want, especially in the North Shore. They were making it where if you grew anything, even on your own, if you grew anything, they were like, yo, you're gonna be fine. Like some exorbitant price, like $5,000.
Fuck that, man. I don't understand that bullshit, man.
You see what the hell's going on here? They're like, okay, what's that got to do with me? And I'm like, oh my God.
Well, it's people, they started raising the price of food, and then people started raising their own chickens, right?
Yeah. And it's funny that, what was it, like a year ago? It was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where the chickens, like they started messing with the animal feed. They started messing with the animal feed to where.
Yeah, they would make the chickens weren't able to lay.
Yeah, you remember.
Yep. And now they're coming out. Now here's another one too. Watch how they're trying to push this fucking bird flu.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, they're gonna try to they want control of your food, your water, your air, and your mind.
Yeah, and they killed a million fucking okay. So they killed a million chickens burned, I think, a couple of weeks ago in Wisconsin. Some shit like that. Like a million chickens just burnt. And they were like, oh, we don't know how this happens. I'm like, you kill these motherfuckers. It's either Wisconsin or it's Illinois, something like that. You see it, right? You see it? Something like that. Then they're like, oh, as soon as in the same breath, they basically turned around and they said, we're ordering to have another million chickens killed in Texas later on this year. And I'm like, they're doing this shit on purpose. There goes your fucking bird flu right there.
Okay, so we had a bunch of train derailments too, and they not necessarily toxic chemicals, but a bunch of them delayed and halted shipments of fertilizer around the nation that were needed. Tell me that wasn't on purpose. And we know that these crops are time sensitive. You know, you have to be in the ground by a certain time and everything else like that, right? So we know that was one that they wanted to do. We've had food processing plants and shit like that mysteriously catch fire.
Yes.
Airplanes crash into them, explode for no reason. Really quite. So it's very evident. It's very evident. It's problem, reaction, solution. They create the problem, you react, and there they are with a solution. Oh, are you starving to death? You can't afford food? Oh, here, look we got these neat little camps with hot soup and fucking blankets and shit. Come on here. We'll take care of you conditionally. Conditionally. Now my son brought it up real big last night. We know that BlackRock has been buying up all these properties. Houses have become out of the price range of the normal man or woman, right? They are through the fucking roof. So these people, what they're going to do is they buy up all this stuff and then they're going to rent that shit. People are going to be serfs. But that which they can't enforce through law, they can enforce through corporate policies. So if you've ever lived in a homeowners area with a homeowners association, apartment complex with certain rules, Like my son lived in an apartment complex that they'd go through and check. And if you didn't have a registered tags on your fucking car, the apartment complex would fucking tow your car. So what they'll do is they'll just enforce what they want to be law as, you know, surf fucking rules, renter rules.
Wow.
Yeah. Not allowed to grow not, you know, oh, you're renting from us, you can't grow food here. Blah, 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 blah. See, that's how they're gonna try to sew it all up.
Oh my goodness. And you know what's funny about BlackRock also is they're tag teaming with Bill Gates. And I don't know if you're familiar with Moses West, but Moses West is this black dude, right? Former Army Ranger officer. This guy built this huge contraption out of these Condex boxes. And basically what he does is he makes gallons, like hundreds of thousands of gallons of water a day.
Mm-hmm.
Just pulls the shit out of thin air. And the amount of fuel that he uses just to run that box.
Yeah.
Right. And so he's been making these boxes and he's scaled it down, but it's still super powerful. Right. Mm-hmm. And he's been taking these boxes all over the place, and the government has been trying to sabotage. I find it a miracle that the guy's still alive.
Listen, we had a thing when I was a kid in our house. It was called a dehumidifier.
Yeah,
and it would lower the humidity in your house, and you would have to empty the fucking thing from the water that was pulled out of the air. Now, all you'd have to do is take that same water and run it through a filtration system, and you're good to go.
You got fresh water, exactly. Yep. They still have them now. We still have them now. The small little dehumidifier. We still have them now. So basically, that's essentially what he's made. And what he's done is he's taken these boxes around to places like Puerto Rico after it had its earthquake. He took it to Flint, Michigan, because Flint, Michigan's all fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's taking it to Jackson, Mississippi, because they need one. And
I grew up not too far from Flint.
Really?
I grew up just outside of Pontiac, Michigan.
Wait, so does Pontiac have the same issues? Or
not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. We had a well for most of my growing up time as a kid.
Oh.
We had a well. Well, so Dave, you're on here twice, brother. Let me try. There you go. I'm going to take this other one off. There you go.
So BlackRock is teaming up with Bill Gates, and what they're doing is they're producing something similar to his. And I'm just like, oh shit, here it is. Here it goes. So now they've produced their own water machine. And I'm like,
Well, if you go and you look at any company who the main investors are, you'll see it's going to be Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock, right? Top three, always. Then if you go to BlackRock, you find out that their biggest investor is Vanguard. But if you go to Vanguard, no information, it's private. So you see, people tend to think that BlackRock is the top fucking thing, but in reality, Vanguard owns BlackRock, but uses BlackRock as the top fucking investor. So they're the target guy. See, as opposed to who we're only second or third down the list. It's all BlackRock. Look, see, which is just them with another face on. That's all. Yeah, man, they got it sewed up, man. They got it sewed up, and I think that the best weapon we have is peaceful non-compliance. Peaceful non-compliance. I mean, can you imagine what would happen if we had a collective fuck off? Like if we just one day everybody just said, or at least just 30% of the people said, you know what? We're not listening to you anymore. We're not going to go out and cause mayhem or anything, right? That's not our goal. But we're not listening to you anymore. We're done.
Now, you do know about the movement where people are like, we're not paying our taxes.
Yeah.
We're just not, like, it's gained some serious ground.
Yeah.
And I'm looking and I'm like, wow, like people have had enough. I was like, it's a small thing like that. It's going to grow and it's going to get fucking, just like you said, it's going to get crazy.
But it'd be like this simple. We're not going to subscribe to your services anymore. In fact, you're fired. Now, you're welcome to hang out up there in that little marble palace and wear your suits and give speeches and shit all you want to, sign little documents, do whatever you do up there. But we don't care. We're not listening. Oh, and one more thing, you're not getting paid anymore either. Good day.
Dude, you want to know what a perfect example is of that? So the black community, you know, we've been getting shat on for a little while now, right? A lot of black folks, this next election, nobody's going to vote. Not like voting counts, but it's like there's going to be such a vacuum of non-voters that it's going to be interesting how they play this game, this election.
Yeah,
this is why those illegals are here.
You've got certain people out there pushing this dichotomy, you know, but you know, from what I remember, in the past, and I'm going back to even, you know, I think the first election I remember was Nixon, and that was kind of interesting. You know, I was a little kid and my mom was explaining to me what was going on and everything like that, and there was really a big deal about it. You know, they really made a big deal. Starting like April of that same election year, it would start really gearing up. You'd see the campaign ads. You'd hear all the rhetoric. There'd be debates. The news would be talking about who's up in the polls. And now it's like nobody gives a shit. They're trying to make everybody give a shit. They're trying to make it look like Trump's some kind of a hero. And, you know, but you're only seeing that in the news. Then you've got me out here that's going, wait a second, you're asking me to choose between a douche canoe and a turd sandwich.
Yeah.
I don't want either one. You didn't ask me the most important question. Would you like a leader? Okay, not who do you want for a leader? I don't fucking want anybody to lead me. These clowns don't know where they're going. You know, I don't follow any man.
Just lead me with my damn property, my water, my damn ammo, and electricity, of course, because I hate being cold. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
So let's check out Flatsoid and FTFE here for a few minutes, because this was pretty good. You can tell this is a good freeze frame. You can tell that Flatsoid is like, okay, I'm about fucking tired of this, right? And Craig is just sitting there eating the loosh. Look at that face. He's eating the loosh. Man, these guys are demon possessed. I'm telling you right now. There's something fucking wrong with them. Every last one of them. And I think they're useful idiots of an intel op. I really do. But anyway.
No, you played over the whole time. We're not answering me. So instead of being
then you had me muted while asking me to speak, but I want you to listen to your own words. Your words.
This is the last time. This is the last time I'm going to say to you, Craig.
Play it 3 times.
Is this a 90
Your words. I'm just saying your words. Your words. There's no.
Okay, bye. He has no honesty. He doesn't want to engage honestly. This is what Craig has, guys. Sorry about that.
That wasn't the context.
I told him from the beginning. That he's taking things out of context. In context, the hypotenuse is the line of sight. It's the measured angle because it's the opening of the angle, which he just conceded, by the way, and now he's ignoring that. So Craig, on screen, right angle triangle, which you said doesn't exist.
It's defined as the side opposite the right angle. Now, of course, we know a right angle is a horizontal line and a vertical line, two straight lines at a vertex at 90 degrees. That's a right angle. So the hypotenuse could be nothing else but that. I don't know why that's an argument.
And then Craig is being totally dishonest. And you see, that is a perfect example of the Globe people. Basically, they once you get checkmated, you ever played chess? And you got checkmated so hard that you start doing that whole back and forth maneuver. And there's some rule where they're just like, all right, man, like you done, dude. Like stop that bullshit, you're done.
They changed the board. As soon as you checkmate them, they change the board.
Yeah, you know what it is, right?
So
yeah.
Funny.
They start doing that shit, and it's like, yo, you're checkmated, man. Like the game is over.
Yeah, FTFE and the other guy that looks like him, and Farina, they all do that. It's so annoying.
Yep.
I like that chip. They all have a tell. They all have a tell. I would love to play poker with these guys, man. They all have a tell. I've picked out their tells, like that Lore Lodge guy. He's got that chipmunk thing he starts doing with his nose. You know,
they got that signature move where they start giving up the ghost.
Yeah. It's like they all got their little tell, and this is pretty good. This is great, though. Flat told him to take his Patreon money and shove it.
So the PZX triangle, which he said also doesn't exist in celestial navigation. The guy is an utter dishonest twat, and I don't see why people even support that prick.
Yeah. I mean, it's impossible to moderate someone like him. It just doesn't matter what you say. You just got to keep going and going.
Just saying his own words. Craig, are you going to behave yourself?
I'm playing his own words. I'm not going to behave yourself. I'm playing his words.
So are you going to behave yourself and actually show some integrity?
I'm playing your own words.
Are we going to end this year?
I'm going to keep playing your own words.
Are you going to show some integrity, or are we going to end this year?
Are you going to admit that you said the hypotenuse is an angle?
It's not the angle. You are taking it out of context.
No, I'm not. I'm not taking that out of context. It's your words.
Okay, bye. Bye, Craig.
Oh, wow.
So Craig is no longer available for chats on my channel. He can take his Patreon money and stuff it up his ass. Because if the guy can't, just be honest with the person, then he's not welcome here.
He knows exactly.
The only reason we had this debate is because he became a Patreon, and that's what he gets. He set the line.
You're pointing out that the hypotenuse was where that 45-degree line was, not that hypotenuse is
the angle.
Degrees. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So guys, that's the whole reason why I don't want to debate these clowns anymore. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
And it was more me kind of said it, wasn't it? More than you.
No, it's fine. It doesn't matter. The point is, I told him before the time as well, in context, based on the elevation angle, the hypotenuse is the opening, okay? Without the hypotenuse, you don't have an angle. It's literally the angle open. And he says there's no right angle triangle in celestial navigation. Literally, it's here on screen.
Wow. Wow.
Literally on screen.
This guy, every time they want to get into the celestial navigation, and this is the problem. You're trying to discuss the condition of the Earth. Okay, and I say condition because a level topographical plane is not a shape. A spherical Earth is a shape. All right, so we'll just say condition. Why are you looking at the fucking sky? Okay, are we navigating? No, we're not navigating. And how do you know anything south of the equator? How do you know anything? You have no solid point of reference anymore, do you? Everything's moving. You're in a vast expanse of water. You don't know how fast you're moving or even if you are moving. The only thing you have is time and movement of the sky and your estimation of your position. Now, doing that prior to geographic positioning systems, GPS, okay, which has automatic meridian corrections built into the software for areas in the south. Prior to that, lots of ships found themselves like 200 miles out of course, crashing into shit because they thought they were someplace that they weren't. Lives were lost. Cargo was lost. Ships were lost. Come on, man. I mean, even the simple fact that the flora and fauna should at least percentage-wise be closer match at the 60th parallel south and the 60th parallel north. They should be roughly the same, but they're not. There's a plethora of flora and fauna at the 60-degree mark in the north. Caribou and all kinds of fucking shit. Right? Go down there. What do you got? Nothing.
That's a really good point.
Nothing. Not even trees. No trees. Nothing.
That's right. You got penguins. Penguins and ice.
Well, it's because the penguins are running the whole show. They act like they're little cute fucking silly birds and shit, right? They're actually ruthless overlords. That Antarctic treaty is not by us. That's from them. That's to keep us the fuck out because they know we're nuts. Okay? That's why the elite dress like them. That's why they wear their tuxedos and shit like that, right? Yeah. I'm not kidding you. Right now, go on your Google and look, man. Look up for the Norway gave an admiralty to a fucking penguin. And there's video of him walking in front of troops, and these troops have to stop and salute this penguin, and the penguin stops even and looks at him and shit. And I'm like, are you kidding me, man? And they're going, oh, isn't that cute and everything? I was like, yeah, that little fucker's really in charge too. I'm telling you. Every time I start talking to him, talking about him too, they start fucking up my stream.
What? Are you for real? I'm like, what?
Hey, man. At this point, I don't know, because I started out joking about that one night. And the next day I run across this shit about the Admiralty for a penguin and stuff. And then I'd start talking, and I was just like, and as soon as I started talking about this shit, my stream started getting pooched. And every time I started talking about fuck.
Holy shit. Kind of like right now, they just cut your, you can't even hear you.
Me anymore? My audio's gone?
Well, it went gone while you were talking a little bit ago.
Oh, yeah, see. Yeah, now it showed me an unstable connection right now. It's quit talking about them. Don't talk about the penguins no more. What penguin? But I'm telling you, they're ruthless overlords. They have no ruth. They're just absolutely no ruth. They are ruthless.
There's more ruth in a damn candy bar than they got, huh?
McToon kind of like, what's with his power levels where he's with this guy? I joined late. What's this info with that guy, like the billionaire, the Will Duffy? He's like you said like Forbes or something?
Yeah, he was a Forbes member. He's no longer a member. They've tried to scrub a bunch of his existence, but thanks to things like the Wayback Machine and Yandex search engine, we've found some interesting stuff that we're going to be bringing up this weekend.
He even admitted, I think he even admitted on it. It might have been just last week on Jaren's show. It might have been Jaren's show, where he admitted that he was like a financial advisor of some sort for some super wealthy folks, and he would see how they set up their portfolios and stuff, and then basically he would just copy what the more successful folks were doing. And then he said he made a lot of money that way. I remember this is from his mouth. This is exactly what he said.
But from what I understand, he also got sued like 4 times for losing people's money.
God damn.
So how is it you make shitty investments for your clients, but you make really good ones for yourself and can afford to just throw cash down to go to Antarctica? See, dude, this shit stinks. This whole thing stinks. I mean, even the unlikeliness. I mean, think about this. So he ends up collaborating with McToon. McToon, he met at the debate between Greg Locke and Odell, or Chris Locke, or Greg Locke
and Odell.
Is that his name, Odell?
Dean Odell.
Dean Odell. That's right. So he met him there in Nashville, right? Okay, that's cool. But then somehow gets McToon, who lives in Minnesota, gets invited, I guess, to go speak at Duffy's church. Now, Duffy's church is a rather small church with a small congregation in a not so good neighborhood. It always seems to be closed for renovation. Now, what I'm wondering is, why would a pastor, what could McToon offer to a Christian congregation of a small church that would be worth having him come from fucking Minnesota to Colorado to speak at his church? I mean, I would love to hear what the fuck he talked to a congregation about at this guy's church. Okay, so I find that really weird. I've always suspected that there's something more behind this entire thing, and the way that these guys are able to communicate, the regular cast of characters who all seem to jump right on board immediately. While those of us with critical minds said, wait a minute, Toon's involved? There's something fucking up with this. Something fucked up with this. You know? So, you know, and then they're like, well, you're going to wait to give an answer and shit. And it's like, dude, that's 6 fucking months away. You know, let us analyze.
Yeah. And you want to know something? These guys are going to get the lion's share of the funding. And this guy, he obviously, he could be used
fucking keeps freezing up on you, Ironworks. You still got me, Larry?
Yeah, so
okay.
Gotcha.
He could be the shell. This guy could be the shell company that's going to be funding this whole endeavor. And obviously, he's going to be no flat earther, no true earther that's going to be paying for this trip. No real deal true earther. Of course, they're going to have somebody up the globe, right? And so, to me, it almost seems just like you said, it's fishy because the bad guys, they're going to have the lion's share of the money.
Well,
they're going to make it available to where it's like, oh, you can go only to this part, and these are the rules that you need to abide by.
Yeah.
We'll
Well, listen, man, it's an established camp.
Yes.
Okay. This means that people go there on a regular basis. I mean, I would assume, right? This is regular tours that they offer. They seem to have a shitload of tents, so they must have a lot of people coming. I mean, I can't see having 30 tents out there in the fucking snow and you only got 5 people ever come once in a while. That don't make any damn sense either. So I'm like, okay, so you mean to tell me you offer all of these expeditions? You've had all these people come before. There's mountain climbing, all this other nonsense, right? Okay. How come nobody's bothered checking and filming it and doing a 24-hour sun? I'll tell you what, why don't we save a little bit of money and see if we can get somebody that's already fucking going to just film a 24-hour sun. Save the money.
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, what a good point.
Or you could pay a fraction of that money to that person to actually carry out the task.
Yeah, I mean, we could set up even like a GoFundMe, somebody who's already scheduled to go on it, right? Pick them at random and say, you're the lucky winner. If you want to make this extra money, you know, all you have to do is when you go to Antarctica is film a 24-hour sun. Who's going to turn that down? They're already going, right?
Yep.
Yeah, dude, like that.
I would go even a step further, right? And I was imagining this final experiment. The way I would have carried it out is I would have people or a person at Patagonia, a person at New Zealand, South Africa, and those other places, even though we have an idea of how it's supposed to turn out, us of the truth, right? The globe people have their way of thinking, right?
We can do this. Dude, we can do this. If this takes place, I'm here at the 38th parallel. I'm not sure where you're at. We've got Flatzoid's right down in South Africa. We've got Iron Horse, who's down in Australia, and we could all set it, say, take a reading of direction and declination at like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, you know, whatever times you normally see the sun at that time of the day. And every hour or every half hour with a recording and a picture of the sun, its declination and exact direction, right? Compare that to what they see if they go, right? Then what we might find it very, very strange that it doesn't coordinate out to the exact same spot. I don't believe it will because our fucking maps are wrong.
All of the maps are wrong.
That's what I'm saying. If we had people in all those places taking those objections, so if we had like all those people take an observation of the sun with their angles,
right,
and you know, and the declination of it, and its angle of declination that they're seeing it at, and then have that and say, okay, so let's plot this out on a flat Earth. Let's plot this out. Okay, let's see. So and so here in Australia sees it right here. So you draw a line. So and so saw it here.
It's an isochrone. Those are called isochrones. I got
if all those lines should intersect. You see what I'm saying? Give kind of right.
It's an isochrone. Okay.
And I don't think that they're going to match up. I think that it's going to end up different from each one of those places because of the fact, you know, those lines aren't going to match up because even though we're seeing a true reading of what we're seeing, the fucking distances between the land masses is wrong. Especially in the South. See, that's where you start getting into some sticky shit. When you figure out that all they did was said, fuck it, and mirrored everything north of the equator and said, it's a ball. That's all they did. The reality of it is those meridians do spread apart. And they don't want you to know that. They'd have no choice but to, because it's like a radial pattern from center.
I never would have imagined that. Now, if that were to work, you'd have to have people like, depending on where they're going, and now they're going to be south of South America, right? That peninsula.
Yeah.
Okay, that little peninsula thing. I forgot.
They're going to be outside of the sun's track.
Yes. So south of the or south, obviously, but beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, excuse me, on Antarctica. So then you need somebody that's not 180 degrees out from them, or rather, actually, you would need somebody that's 180 degrees out. So I would imagine, like, the more people that you have, and a few people 180 degrees out, that could provide like lines of bearing from their perspective, that would be prime.
Well, think about how the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn could actually be much bigger than we think it is. Okay, it absolutely could. And this is why I think this would be interesting, because you could draw those lines out in those directions and they should intersect at the same spot. And I don't think that they will. And it's because of that. And what we've done is we've taken these globe coordinates and then we've had to use them on the flat because in assuming that they're correct, right? But like I said, when you get into the south, all bets are off. Because what are you doing? Time and movement. That's it. And you didn't do it. Somebody else did. This is why I've said that this is why they've had to put the meridian corrections in the GPS for the routes in the south. And that way it keeps everything, you're thinking you're on a globe, but you're actually not. I mean, I think the world's sailboat speed record for that race around Antarctica is like 4 knots. What?
Yeah.
How is that? What is the water like turn into molasses or some shit down there? It's because they're going by calculated distances, not by actual statute distance.
Wait. Are you sure they didn't throw a rope overboard?
Yeah, I know.
Figure out the speed?
Oh my God.
Oh, to check knots? Oh.
And how's that going to tell you if you're in a current or not, right?
A rope with knots on it.
Yeah, right. Hey, Tony could take a measurement. Tony Drake is down in Australia. He could do measurements. He could take readings.
Hey, Dave.
Upside down to me.
What's
hey,
up,
Dave?
man? What's up?
The nearest town, I'm on the furthest south place you can get of Western Australia, right down on the far southwest tip. Do you know what the closest town to me? The closest town to me is about 12 k's, and I live in the bush. Now, do you know the name of this town?
Albany?
No, to the west of Albany. Scroll across.
Pembroke, Cape.
No. Anyway, I'll tell you the name. The name of the town is Wall, as in ice wall, and Walpole. The name of the town is Walpole.
Oh wow!
Of course, it was named. Of course. To tell you the truth, it was named after a French explorer.
Yeah. See, so you're south of the Tropic of Capricorn.
I've been watching the sun all my life, and I'm 76 now, right? Hey, where I am here, the sun rises southeast.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm looking at
the
sun next to Hazelville and Broke.
Yeah, Broke Inlet. That is an inlet that the Aboriginal people used to build all around the edge of the inlet. They built these rock walls, and that was how they fed and caught fish.
Someone told me that the Aborigines, which I think is an odd name because the word Aborigine means not original.
No, you take the word off. You take the ab off. Throw the ab away.
Well,
these were the original people.
Well, I've heard that they refer to the direction south as home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where they came from. When Antarctic was a paradise, that's where they lived.
Yeah.
What?
I believe that. I believe
Aboriginals?
that. You know, and I think that's one of the things why they're pushing this global warming and shit like that, because I think that there's some melting going on down there, and it's uncovering shit that they're not wanting us to see. I've said this for a long time. I've said that the ice condition there is relatively new from a historical standpoint. We look at the 1587 Urbano Monte map, and it depicts just like what Tony was just saying. Okay, there's flora and fauna in those regions. You know,
it just looks like rock.
Yeah, and now it's this ice, and you can even, I think there's a 1610 map too. And here's what's interesting, because the official story is that Antarctica was not discovered until 1820 by Captain Cook. Then how does the Urbano Monte map exist from 1587?
Here's what's interesting with the Urbano Monte map, right? So I'm looking on the outskirts of the map, and when you look at the outskirts, there's some words in Italian that I remember, and they always mention like a frozen sea. And so it's like ghiacce. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. It's mare ghiacce or something like that. Ghiacce mare, which is like frozen sea. And it doesn't, and even though it doesn't look like it's frozen, all of that, because we're used to seeing like a white border or white surrounding or white walls. It's called mare ghiacce. So I'm like, wow, I guess it's either frozen or it's becoming frozen, or something out there is frozen, because that's what in the Urbano Monte map they continue to say. All along the edges is mare ghiaccio, ghiacce. Golly, man, you know what? Let me stop talking that mess and let me just look at it. I'm over here flapping my gums.
Oh my, I know, I've had that. And start can't fucking talk. I get that sometimes too. Let me go to this. Let's bring that map up real quick.
Yeah.
Because I like this one on the David Rumsey map collection, because it's interactive. You can zoom way in on it.
David Rumsey map collection. You're gonna have to send me that.
Hey, Dave. When you look at the standard flat map, how can I be in Australia and see the sunrise in the southeast? Explain that to me, please.
I've been explaining that our maps are wrong, man. The vast distances of ocean and distances between land masses is a fabrication. This place is bigger than we think.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the flat map, okay? The flat map.
Right, the one that was required to use the globe coordinates of the Cartesian system that was established by not you or I. Yeah, I know.
With the ice wall all the way around, and then you look at where I am in Australia and put a line there where I'm seeing the sunrise from.
That's what I'm saying. There's more to this world. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Dave, put up a GoFundMe and see how much money we can raise for the first legitimate 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
That's what they're going down there for.
They're doing that, yeah.
They're doing that.
No. Do a GoFundMe yourself. Do one now, and let's see what happens.
Why don't I don't want to go down there? I have no.
What I'm saying is, you're going to pay the money to somebody who gives you the first video. You're not going to go there. Somebody is already there. There's already hundreds of people there. You offer them $1 million. Offer them $1 million for the first legitimate 24-hour photo from the South Pole.
Well, Jaron has already done that. He's reached out to these companies, even ALE, and said, why don't you just do a 24-hour time lapse of the sun?
So if you look, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but if you look at the Urbano Monte map between Africa and South America, you're going to see that thick ass longitudinal line. And it looks like, right beneath the equator, it's going to say Mare Oceano. And then underneath that, you're going to see the Tropic of Capricorn. And then underneath that, you're going to get this thing that looks like a badge with an angel in it, right? And it said Nuntius Custos.
Real quick, let me just show you. This is really interesting what they have at the North Pole. They have all these degrees. We have all these degrees listed over on each side coming down, right? All directions south from the north. But look at, there's a G.
Are you displaying the map? I'm going to take a look at your screen.
Yeah, I'm showing it. Should be.
Okay.
Big G.
Yep.
It's
so
a
that's
G.
kind of interesting.
It's a G.
Yeah.
Really?
So that's interesting. Where was the area you were talking about? See, here's
oh wow, is that map?
Yeah. This is from 1587. And look at here. This is Antarctica. And look what they got. There's animals, plants, all kinds of shit down here, right? This looks almost like a llama, like you find in South America. Now, here's something interesting. When you go up here to where's South America?
So
here we go. Let me flip this
so
map.
yeah, flip it.
It's so cool. And like since day one, it's not like Antarctica is fake. It's like the whole Southern Ocean is like they faked it. Like they're not telling us about it really.
Look at this.
That's crazy.
That dude's playing
Region de Gigante.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's my
hometown. That's like supposed to be like around Patagonia.
Yeah, it means land of the giant.
Land of the giant. Yeah.
I just felt rushed to go.
Yeah.
See, look at this.
Let's do it. I'll go.
Now, do you see these passages? See these passages? And there's these detailed coastlines with rivers and inlets shown all on this back side of this going through here. But there's another land right here. Now, where did this information come from? Now, where Australia is supposed to be, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Because that should be, we should be, just about right here, right? South of India and that shit there, right?
Yeah.
So let's turn the map again. Let's get it around this way.
So
Australia would be like right over here somewhere, but we don't see it. We see this land, and what I think this is called Austra something.
Yeah, because Austra means south.
Yeah, see, this is really weird. And look at the crazy shit animals they got shown on here, man. Let me turn that a little bit. Look at that.
Like a griffin.
Some kind of a griffin. Here's four giants.
See, New Guinea. Wait, that's not Africa.
Nova Guinea. Yeah, the New Guinea. But that's up here.
Papua. Well, see, that's the thing. This is what's crazy about this map, right? It looks as if in some places it looks as if they squeeze the map down. Because if you go to something like a Google Earth, look at the South. If you go to South America, and between South America and the ice wall and Antarctica, right? For all intents and purposes, the ice ring, you're going to come across that peninsula. So as soon as you get to South America, Argentina, and you head south, you've got that peninsula that's called, I don't even know the name of it, right? If you look on Google Earth. and then separating those two is Drake's Passage.
Check that out. There's a big fucking bird, man, like carrying an elephant.
Carrying the elephant. Yeah.
What in the?
Like a thunderbird.
That's some crazy giant grasshoppers. But this is where I guess they're going to be going. Would be.
But you see, Terra del Fuego. And so Terra del Fuego, according to the normal map, is still on the main South American continent. And so that's why I was like, it looks as if he just took the rest of that land and squeezed it all in just so he could make a map. That's why I was like, oh. And that's why on the outside, if you continue on the outside.
I think there's been geographical changes through either a series of or maybe one huge cataclysm of some kind. And here's why. I mean, you can't get this detailed. And of course, you know, making a map's not the easiest thing in the world. But here in the United States, where the fuck are the Great Lakes? Where's Michigan? How do you map out the America and miss the Great Lakes?
Yeah, so if we're looking at
what year was
South
this?
America, oh, I'm sorry, I kept letting it down. I fucked it up. But if we're looking at South America, where that?
That's the United States. That's America, right there.
Okay.
So where's the Great Lakes?
Well, there's one super great lake right underneath Canada.
This one here, right? But where's Superior, Lake Michigan, the obvious mitten of Michigan that is there? It's not there because it hadn't happened yet. It hadn't happened yet. Look at here, California. What's this? This on other maps shows it as an inland sea. Now I've been there in the Mojave Desert. You find seashells and fossils of clams and all kinds of shit around there.
That's true. You know what? I think on this map also, if you went to Africa and then you go to something like
the Sahara, lush.
Yeah, the Sahara, it's super lush, but also you have where I think Lake Niger. If you look at Africa, they got that thick ass lake, and a lot of that lake in the middle of it. If you go to the top left.
Look at all these cities.
Yes.
Look at all these cities, man.
Yeah.
This is amazing. You know, and this goes over. Look, I'll show you something interesting I found on here too. Let me see. Where's Norway? Right up here. Check that out.
That's spiral?
Yes, Virago. It's a whirlpool.
I was going to say, do you think that's a whirlpool?
Yeah.
Wow.
Important enough to put on a map.
Yes. Wait, but is real quick?
What now?
Could you zoom out real quick?
Yeah.
So is that are there other whirlpools? Because I think I heard somebody mention, I don't know, honestly, to be honest.
There is another one. I'm trying to remember where it's at.
Yeah, and I've heard of people say that there are prevalent whirlpools, or there were prevalent whirlpools around the world, like in certain regions.
I've got a replica of this map. You realize this original map is 10 feet by 10 feet.
Yeah. It's like a bunch of like squares that they had to piece together to make the original. Yeah.
And I've got a replica of it that's 30 inches by 30 inches.
Jesus Christ. And so it's
I gotta find a square frame that big to put it in so I can hang it on the wall.
So real quick, if you go to the south side, you'll see a lot of outside of those encircling lands.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see Oceano, not mine, but Oceano Giacato. That means so if you there it is. There's one right there. Australe Giacato. So south
keep rolling on me, man.
So if you look at where that bird is, you see that bird right there on the bottom?
Mm-hmm. Right here, this guy. Or this one?
Oh, my bad. So yeah, so you see it?
This one?
Oh, no, it's south of that to the right. You're close. You're super close.
This one.
No, you're right. You're right.
This
down right there, and down. You're right there. See where it says underneath that bird? It says Oceano Australe Giaciato. That's the ocean south glass, frozen. A lot of around there. So you're going to continue to see around this map. It's going to continue to say shit like that, and it talks about that king. I don't even know what the fuck these things say, right? But you're going to continue to see around the map. It's going to continue to talk about the condition of the ocean. It's going to talk about how it's
see what's difficult about this is it's the old script and then trying to translate that old script. Let me see if I can flip that a little bit. See?
The view may there are a couple of words that I could logo tempo di. There are a couple of words that I could figure out, but
I'm gonna one of these days I'm gonna type this shit into a translator and see what it says.
If only I paid more attention to just learning the language instead of chasing skirts, that would have been better.
Yeah.
But you see, oh well, that's another one that talks about the condition of the ocean, and you'll see it all along the outside perimeter of those pieces of land.
Do you reckon that freezing kind of crept in?
You know what? That's a very good that's a good point. But what the thing that tangles me up, Saab, is if you go to South America, right? And we see it on now. I know we don't give enough credit to Google Earth, but if you see it on Google Earth, you see the peninsula that looks like a sharp knife coming up towards South America, but then it's separated by Drake's Passage, or by that, by water. It's separated by water. Yeah, so right there, it's supposed to be Drake's Passage, but instead, that red piece of land that you got their cursor on, that's like Terra del Fuego. But if you look at South America has Terra del Fuego. So then I'm starting to wonder, okay, either South America, there's something wrong with the map, or maybe he squished it in, or like you said, maybe the ice crept in and something happened to that land where it's separate now, where it's to such a degree to where now you have passage. Because I think
keep freezing up on me, man.
So you have two ways to travel around under the bottom of South America, right? Actually, just one way to travel to South America, because the canal wasn't around back in the day. So they either could try to make it through Drake's Passage, or they had to go through the Straits of Magellan, which is further north, which is an easier waterway to travel because it's got a bunch of land and stuff like that. And it's broken up, and it's just easier to maneuver through Magellan's the Straits of Magellan. Right?
Yeah, see, there's no Panama Canal then.
No, there was no Panama Canal back then. So everything you had to go through the south. Everything was through the south. Yeah, everything was through the south. So then, that's the only problem is I don't see that peninsula sticking up like you would normally see on Google Earth or ArcGIS. And that thing fucked my whole mind up. And you're right, you got the merman with the claws. I don't see these things we don't see on a normal map. That's yeah.
Look at these crazy creatures and shit that are depicted on here too. This is what gets me. Now
you got a minotaur down there too.
Like on the tropics, where they have the tropics mapped out, you'll see right here. See, there's a lobster. Okay, that's because that's a tropic. You know.
And then if you go further south, you'll find the goat You should find a go somewhere on the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah.
Along them things. It's somewhere down there.
Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to find one. There's so much on this, man. You can literally spend hours on this thing.
But you see what's crazy is where it says Mare Oceano is it looks like they use that to serve as a prime meridian of some sorts.
Let's see, Parla Alabama, something of Peru.
Something King of Peru. Quisa Parla, that's a King of Peru. Rey del Come.
No, wait a minute. I thought these fucking people were just barefoot Indians sacrificing people and shit, but that guy doesn't look like that to me. And this is the King of Peru and 15.
Like King Philip. What's his name? King what? King Filippo? Rey Filippo.
Yeah, see, and this is what the hell? He doesn't look like a Rey Filippo.
Rey Filippo Max. Yeah, so that's him. That must be him sitting there with that stick in his hand. And and look at that. He has a stick and he has a globe or something. And it says Peru, land Peru.
It's like he's giving them land. It says Terra something on it.
It says Peru.
Oh, yeah, Peru.
It says either Perv or Peru, but the V is obviously
Peru because they didn't have a U. They used that V for
they used the V.
Yeah.
So he's got a Perv ball, and the king has a ball in his hands too. But it looks like they erased that motherfucker, man. Like they smudged it out of some shit.
Are those other planetes?
I don't. That's you know what? That's a good. I don't know, but it's funny how it looks like a ball or it looks like a circle. Cosi, o, re, magnanimo, magnanimo e soprano che come merti. Wait, Marinesco.
Stuso Del Mar, Stuso Del Mar. Offering it up or something. It looks like they're making a greeting or an offering to this dude.
Yeah, like they're trading or something.
Yeah.
It's like he's giving them a laurel or a wreath.
Yeah, and he's pointing to Peru.
That's true. Yes, because Peru's up and around there, is it?
Yeah. Wow, this is crazy, man. There's some interesting shit on here, and each one of these little armadas is labeled too as to whose armada it was. See, these motherfuckers were going all over the place. You get up around, you can see when you get up to this is the armada of Preto Gianni.
Preto Gianni.
So then if you get up into Asia, where was that? When you get over by Asia,
turn the map when you get to Asia.
Oh yeah, well, you can see they're a little bit different looking boats and shit too.
Oh yeah, they match those styles of boats. Wait a minute. Wait.
See, the flags are different. The flags are different on them too.
Yeah, the flags almost look like pennants.
Maryland, Shiloh. Look at all these islands, man.
Yo, there's a lot of islands.
That's crazy, man. And that's where? That's in the South Pacific. They're saying there's more. I'm saying there is, man. Absolutely. What's this little armada here? There's some more with those reds. Armada del Rey de España.
So it belongs to Spain. The King of Spain. The King of Spain's Armada.
See the little
Mondo
Templar crosses on the sails as well.
Yeah. So those red crosses, anytime I see those red crosses, I think
What date is this map?
1587.
anytime I see those red crosses, it belongs to Britain.
Those are Templar crosses. They belong literally in all reality to the Vatican. Regardless of who they're through, if they're through Spain, Spain's authority came from the Vatican, or they run through Britain, Britain's authority came through the Vatican. Nobody has authority without Rome. All roads lead to Rome. That's a true statement. You know, it's another true statement. The sky's the limit, because it really is.
It is. Yeah, and you know what's funny is those are the same crosses. If anybody's seen Monty Python or anything like that, those are the same crosses on the Knights Templar.
Yeah.
Those red crosses.
Yeah. Here they got them. Who's this cat?
I think
that's the same bird we was looking at. Hang on.
Yeah. And what's funny is how you have the angels. You have those things that look like angels. They're around the map, and it kind of, I think the Bible speaks about how the angels blow the winds around. How the angels blow the southern winds and stuff like that. This is why this translation of this map it could probably tell you a lot.
Yeah, I believe it does. There's a lot of information about the sun and shit on here that I want it in English.
And so you see these little spikes, right? If you look in each quadrant contains 9 spikes. I looked at it. So I'm like, I got a lot of homework to do. So it's like each one of those things requires some kind of translation. Each one of those spikes, there's 9 per quadrant. You can look it up. So I'm like, and so obviously that means there's 36. So I wonder if that's like a ticker that they use. Maybe that's you see? Yeah, they fall between each degree, each degree of arc.
Each meridian.
Yes.
Interesting. Very interesting. This map always fascinates me. I mean, got all this information on it, and it's all written so it's like, oh my god, it's gonna be so much work to figure out what the fuck this thing says, but it's gonna be it's altogether
it's fucking worth it.
Beneficial. Yeah, absolutely.
It's worth it. This map is
Look at, they're giving a lot of accolades to this cat right here. Let's see what that guy's all about.
Yeah, he's got wings.
Oh, it's Satan. Cool. No, I don't know.
Oh, I was like, oh. So what does it say? What do those banners, those scrolls to his left and his right? So it says Nuntius Custos. I don't know what that means. Nuntios.
Oh, this must be Urbano Monte himself. That's what it says right here. Urbano Monte.
Okay.
Must be his crest. And
his family crest. Oh.
Nom de Geography. Este Libre. So these are the names of the geographers?
Or the guy, maybe this is the credits to the map, perhaps.
So we got Fernante Lopez and Fernando Colombo. Well, there's a popular name. We know that one.
Colombo.
Fernando Cortez. Yeah, you've got a bunch of different people that were involved with getting this geographic information to him. Because you know that one guy can't go out and map the whole world. Come on, man.
And they even said that a lot of map makers get to.
You keep freezing up on me, man. Oh, wait, he'll come back.
So the map makers they discuss what it is that they get per voyage, and then they collab. So one example of that is Gerardus. Everybody knows the freaking Mercator, Gerardus Mercator. He held correspondence with John Dee. You know who John Dee is?
Yeah.
I know, yeah. So he held they were like best friends or some shit. So he held correspondence with him as to everything he was getting every time he traveled, or every time he was putting a map together. He's like, hey, this is what I got. What is it that you got? Apparently, John Dee was really, really well versed when it came to those maps too. So
that dude was
so
not
like,
human. I don't believe he was human altogether. I believe he was, like interdimensional or some shit, because that guy was really something else. He was in Her Majesty's service. He was the Queen's top trusted advisor. He signed all of his things to her 007. I mean, it's just like, what the hell? This guy was really deep into that shit, and his hands are deep in the construction of the King James Bible as well.
Really, I did not know that.
Yeah.
John Dee?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I thought he was, like you said, the first Secret Serviceman, the advisor to the Queen. After a while, I think after she died, the lady that took over for her wanted him dead.
Yeah.
They wanted him dead. He had to flee to Poland because everybody wanted him, and Edward Kelly, his assistant, they wanted him and him dead.
Well,
so he had to.
King James was, you know who Sir Walter Raleigh is?
Yeah.
He was locked in the Tower of London and eventually executed. And he had referred to King James as Queen James because King James had a penchant for little boys and shit.
Yes, that's the rumor. That's right.
Yeah.
This whole thing is weird.
Yeah, I know.
All of them is weird.
All of these guys are fucking fruitcakes, man. That's what I'm saying. There's no getting around that shit at all. Not with these guys. But I think this is interesting. If you all get a chance, go to the David Rumsey map collection. Check out all this shit. You'll find stuff. I find new stuff on it every time I look at it.
Yes.
And as more information is revealed to us, we start finding more and more crazy stuff. This is a land that I found on other maps that just does not freaking exist anymore. Friesland. And see, here's what you've got. You've got you take a look at what we've got here. This is England, right? And up here is where Scotland is. Here's Ireland. Okay. We jump over to here and we've got, what's Hitlandia? I don't know. Here's Iceland is right here. Well, where's these two land masses at now? Where's Friesland? Why doesn't it exist anymore? I've seen it on other old maps too. It's not there anymore. And there was this, apparently known. So, what are we got going on? There's actual cities or something on these places. Of course, then we've got this whirlpool up here that's kind of strange.
Right next to Norway.
Yeah, right next to Norway. Then we get up into here, and here's Greenland. Here's Greenland. Terra Verde says Greenland. And then you get up here, and you've got the four
continents
with the four rivers.
You see how, what's crazy? I've had this map and I have never looked at the north. I feel ashamed to admit it right now. I have never looked at the north.
That G right there in the center is what gets me, man. What's that?
Yeah.
That's really telling.
So real quick. Do the rivers that split the continents in the north, do they have names? I know it's supposed to be Hiddekel, Tigris, of course, that's how it always happens. I remember the first two. I remember the first land.
They don't appear to be named on here. They don't appear to be named on here. It looks like it's depicting like a pretty heavy duty current, though.
Yeah. But and so the rumor, I'm gonna say what I've heard because I didn't actually read this, but I heard this that, and it makes sense to me at least that the way the currents run is there's a gigantic whirlpool in the middle of that continent. It's a huge whirlpool in the middle of that continent.
That's what I've heard too. I've heard about that too. I think there's others. I mean, it's almost like I think the tides and all are actually like part of some kind of a drainage filtration system that's kind of like what a swimming pool has.
Yeah. But the tides rise and then they fall. So it's as if the earth is breathing.
Yeah.
To some degree.
My wife was down in Florida and they were on this dolphin excursion thing. And there was this guy on the boat or whatever, or at the excursion. And he was telling his kids there, he says, yeah, the tide's not as high because the moon's only a crescent and it only has a little bit of its gravity. And I was like, oh my God, what? The light of the moon, the phase of the moon determines how much gravity. Okay, right on. I asked her, I said, did you say anything? She goes, no, I just rolled my eyes and walked away.
He could probably hear her roll her eyes. She probably rolled them so hard.
What is this? Canis Alante.
That's like a dog, Alani dog.
We got it drawn pretty damn big, man.
Maybe
Clifford.
Big dogs.
I mean, here's some people that they got little buggies and shit. Something about the.
Wait a minute. Is this North America? Where is this?
This is like northern, like right outside of. Let's see where we at here. There's Africa. This is.
So that's like Asia, Eurasia.
Yeah. So it's all the lands up here around the north. You get over here and you start running in. Here's England and Europe. So you got a lot of population, a lot of cities and shit shown in Europe. See those red things? A lot of cities and cathedrals and shit like that. But then when you get over, see, and this is what's strange too. The fact, how did they have very much information about Japan? Okay, that's what I'm curious about, because let's see, where would Japan be? Right here, I believe. Is that right?
Let's see. Could you turn the map one more time?
Like that?
Yeah, there we go. And then zoom in a little bit. Turn it one more time. There we go. Let's see.
It's
upside down. Let me see.
Hang on a second. Let me put that there. So that part's right side up. So let's see. Okay, this is the United States right here. Okay, or America, North America. And then what is this here then? What does that say?
Wait a minute.
Giappone Isola?
Island of Japan.
Okay. So it shows it really close to North America, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it does not look like how Japan is shaped the way that we're used to seeing it.
Well, you know, Japan was isolated.
Yeah, for a while.
Foreigners were killed. You weren't allowed in Japan. That was it. So to have any information on Japan would be, you know, incredible at all. But who knows? Maybe there was bigger islands. There might have been more. They do have a lot of big earthquakes and shit. You know, who knows?
Sure do. So,
well, I'm over 3 hours here. I think I've been on long enough here tonight.
This was awesome, man.
You got me all amped, man, looking at that map.
Is that something, man? Yeah, that's a great one. Bookmark that thing. I'll put the David Rumsey collection. There's a lot of cool maps over there. Go look at them all. There's a lot of them that are fun to play with. You can interact with them, you know.
Yeah.
You can actually order prints from there too. So you know, you get a lot of good information from that that site. I put it down here in the chat.
Yeah.
And there's it's a lot of good information. I love it. I found old county maps and shit from where I grew up from like the 1800s and shit. It's really wild because you can see what roads were originally there and which ones have been added over time. So that was kind of interesting. But yeah, I find a lot of cool information on those. I've always loved old maps, but it's come to my. I mean, this is what I've gone with because of like observations of what Tony's making and other things that I've been considering ever since I started looking into, well, how did they even develop this coordinate system in the first place? Because once you get past the equator, what are you dealing with, right? Who was in charge of setting the meridians? Okay, not you or me, right? So it's come to my, I mean, it's very obvious that all they did was go to the point where they couldn't see Polaris anymore, and then just say it's exactly the same as that south of here. Okay,
you think
and then
so?
do the meridians to match it because of what a fucking difficult time that really is to figure that out. So these expanses between land masses on our maps, all of them are not correct.
Okay,
they are not correct. So what we think we should be seeing and what we are seeing are entirely two different things. And I think that's the reason why. And I think it would be awesome. Like we have Tony, you know, set up down there in Australia and give the position of the sun, take a reading like every hour, declination and direction, just one every hour, and have somebody in South America. We've got people in South Africa can do the same thing, right? Yeah. And if we keep track of that and we find out that by drawing these lines out, if they don't match up, that's going to be very telling as to the accuracy of our maps.
And basically, and that's real good. And I think a time hack should be in order as well, right? Mm-hmm. So if like I'm saying it's going to be in freaking December time frame, so I'm looking south where this thing is moving, and it's like, all right, at this time I took a line of bearing, right? Or this is what I'm seeing facing this cardinal direction exactly. Here's my coordinate. This is what I'm seeing straight ahead of me. Then you drop a time. And so that time is going to offer a line exactly as to where the sun is. And then, of course, we could go back and we could see where was the sun at this time, Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, it's coming to my, I mean, I'm coming to the conclusion that this place is bigger than we think, or bigger than what we've been represented on any maps. On any maps. And I'm like putting these little pieces together and I'm working on them in my head. And I know when it's going to finally totally hit me 100% is sometime in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping. And I'm going to wake up and go, fucking A. That's what happens all the time because this thing's always working on shit, man, even when I'm sleeping. And yeah, I think that that's going to be the case. But as far as that's concerned, even still, regardless of what things are doing in the sky, it is not going to suddenly throw out all the mounds of globe impossibilities that we've proven. Convexity, air pressure without containment, 93 million miles sun. It's not going to change any of that. It's going to mean, is it going to mean the Earth suddenly turned into a globe and we got to shit can everything? No, it means that we're witnessing something we don't fully understand. Whatever occurs down there. Okay. I don't think it's ever going to happen. No. It's going to get clouded over or canceled or some kind of other bullshit's going to happen. I smell a rat huge. This has intelligence op written all over it. I'm always suspicious when a Johnny come lately comes out of the freaking woodwork like this and then becomes the main attraction.
Yes. Yes. And you know, I think if the sun does do something other than what we think or what we would assume as true earthers it would do, I think what it would do, it would cause so much upheaval and frustration that we're gonna demand a fucking real deal. Yeah, all you people with these machines, this money, these telescopes, these objects, whatever, get your ass.
Oh, froze on us again. Dad, bless it. He'll be all right. He'll come back. Because then
Tony, you're muted.
Tony, you're muted, brother. I'm going to do a little social experiment on y'all here in a minute. You know the song Barbie Girl?
Yeah.
I'm a Barbie girl. All right. Well, you've never heard it like this before, and you're going to thank me for this later. I guarantee it. All right. This is none other than Yoko Ono singing Barbie Girl. You're going to love this.
Is this real?
Now hold on to yourself. Just hold on to yourself here. Okay.
That's Mandela effect. I remembered it differently.
Yeah.
Wait, she actually, you remembered it differently? I've never seen this before.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought Barbie Girl was written by Aqua or something, not Yoko.
Oh no. He's pulling your leg. Yeah, that's that girl. Wow. I remember when I was a kid, I had a John Lennon 45, and it was Instant Karma. You know that song? Instant Karma's gonna get you, gonna grab you by the face. All right. So on the flip side of that was a song by Yoko Ono called Who Has Seen the Wind? And it's, if you ever heard cats fucking in an alley, that's what it sounded like, man. It was terrible. It's terrible. I don't know how anybody in the world, John Lennon must have had so much fucking pull to get that broad even on vinyl. And she must have really had a hold of his nuts getting to do that, because you can't tell me that somebody like John Lennon listened to that broad, holler into a microphone and said, "That's gold, baby.
We're gonna make all kinds of money with that."
Yeah, we're going gold. That's platinum right there, baby. That's platinum.
Oh no. I was embarrassed just listening to her just now. Like, I had to cover my face because I already knew. I was like, it's coming. I already know it's coming.
Yeah, it's one of the most awful things I've heard this year yet. It really is. It's I don't know if you could put that to accompany that clip of Craig digging elbow deep up into his nose. Don't tell me you missed that. Don't not tell me you missed that.
Oh no, I never saw FTFE. You mean?
Yeah.
I never saw that in my life. No.
Oh, Flatsoid has it on a short on his channel. It was when he and I were on Jaron debating him and McToon, and this dude was like, I guess he didn't know he was on camera, and this dude was like in both nostrils.
Oh my Lord.
Knuckle deep, man. Knuckle deep with 3 different fingers and shit, man. I was like, holy crap, does he not know he's on camera? And it went out everywhere, man. I was like, oh shit. No.
Hey, Dave.
What's happening, Raj?
Not much. I knew you were gonna pick one before the night was over.
Knew I was gonna what?
Pick one.
How you doing, Roger?
That's a good
Good.
one right there. Let me see if I can find it on Flat
It's
Soil.
on there. It's somewhere.
Let me find it.
It's a classic.
Go
His
easy.
finger looking good, y'all.
Oh.
Let's see. Oh, Lord. Yeah, he puts all these little shorts out. I'm trying to find where that one's at. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Are you pulling an all-nighter, Dave?
No, I'm cutting her off here in a few minutes. But
You should go to the end of the after show with after Flatsoid left. Me and what was his name? The Sleeping Warrior, Anthony. He was like trying to decipher how southern star trails and northern star trails go in different directions. Do you cut the globe in half and spin it different directions? You'd have to. Yeah. And he was just breaking it down after that fact. That we did that with Quantum Eraser about 2 years ago, where they brought the whole northern star trails argument up, and Quantum Eraser just ripped it apart bit by bit. That's nothing new, man. They got to come up with something else. They just keep bringing back the same crap over and over again.
I know. That's why we're tired of fucking with them. This is the clip I was talking about, man.
Nowhere in nature or in a controlled environment can we ever produce a volume outside of containment.
What's that?
Gas been seen or
What's that, brother?
Ooh.
Nowhere in nature.
Oh my God.
Or in a controlled
Nowhere in nature do you see that anywhere except a sloth.
Yeah. So yeah, that was kind of what on Flatsoid's after show you're talking about?
Yeah, we were talking after me, Jeff, and Sleeping Warrior were just having a conversation after everybody else left. I think it's still on a recording. Yeah.
Let me see.
See how far it goes into it. Yeah. The northern star trails, in order to get the global spin like they're saying, and they're going the same direction. They don't change direction.
Yeah.
In order to get that global spin, it's like at the south they have to turn the opposite direction that they turn from the north to get the opposite effect. If the planet was spinning, it would be turning two different directions, dude. It would
Well, if you're looking south, if you're looking south, it's of course still going to go east to west, but it's going to go from your left to your right, right? If you look north, it's still going to go east to west, but now it's going to go from your right to your left.
That's just you turning around.
I don't know what they don't get about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you actually take their model and they say it makes sense if you're down at the south to go the opposite direction, but if you're facing the same direction, they're all going east to west, or vice versa if you turn around.
That's the best way to say it. It's so true, and any layman can understand it. Sorry, Roger.
Yeah, it's a hurry, dude. It's fine, man. It's just like that argument. It's stupid as hell. It doesn't make any sense.
It's tricky. They're trying to sound so tricky with a counterclockwise, clockwise thing.
Yeah.
You know, and it's so bullshit. Like
Mhm.
I hate because a lot of people fall for that one.
I just simply say they always go east to west.
I'm still waiting to see a compass work in the south too. I've never seen a compass work with the South Pole.
Well, they have trouble. They have trouble getting decent readings on compasses down there.
Yeah,
you have to get ones with really heavy duty magnets in them.
Right. Mm-hmm. That makes the perfect sense. That makes the most sense. You would think that makes the most sense to people, but
no.
Some folks.
I've worked with lodestone, and I got a whole bunch of it. I've actually bought lodestone, and that it works the best with magnets. It'll hold a reading. Once you take it off the lodestone, it points north. If you have your level compass, your compass can't work unless it's level. Try it, dude. Yeah.
I have lensatic compasses I use all the time, and they don't work when they're not flat. Sorry. They have to be fucking flat to work.
And their explanation of a magnetic ring around the globe Earth that pulls you north, how does that fucking work? How does it direct? And I know it doesn't. Their whole thing is just there's no science for it, and they swear there is. It's a straight up pseudoscience.
Well, that's the whole thing. They scream science the entire time while invoking pseudoscience, and then say you don't understand science. And it's like, wait a minute, you just said that you made an experiment to show mass attracting mass. You jumped something. When have you ever witnessed this? When have you ever observed this in nature? The very first thing that we do is we observe a phenomenon in nature. And then you go, I think that happens due to X, Y, and Z. So then you set about testing your hypothesis using the scientific method, having an independent, dependent, and control variables.
And now I listened to a band called Lagwagon. They have a Messianic core to their band, but they actually don't believe that shit. They don't believe the pseudoscience. They say it's poison to begin with. They go back to church just like the rest of them. They believe there's a God. They said, if you try to curse me, I'll pray for you. That's basically their, in the long run. Yeah, they know this is pseudoscience. They have a song called Dark Matter they wrote. It's all about the debates itself. Pseudoscientists just like the poison debates. That's why they get involved in them. They're here just to poison everybody's mind with bullshit. It's nonsense.
Despite their best efforts, there's nothing they can do to stop it.
No. They'll do the crazy questions like, well, do you know what the moon is? And it's like, well, no. They're like, see, you're stupid because the moon is a rock that's actually, it's like, no, I don't know. It's like, no, don't be dishonest. Like, let's go on, man.
How do you know that shit? Well, because that looks like one. No, because somebody told you that dumb shit. That's why.
Yeah.
Well,
like
even
there's
there's
no atmosphere out there, but yet after years and years of being broken apart by whatever, the moon just managed to take a perfect circle, turns into a perfect circle out in space. No erosion, no wind erosion or anything like that. It's a perfect circle. Same with the sun.
And here's the kicker. There is never a condition in which something is not in a medium.
And that includes anything they got floating around.
Vacuums do not exist in nature. Okay, that's not a thing. Vacuums don't exist in nature. So and no true vacuum can ever be achieved. Look at there's Lowry came back. Caught us right at the tail end of the show.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say like the last couple of things. We were listening to you guys in and out and then listening to music or whatever. But I like the vacuum talk is like my favorite one. It's just like if you need a medium to push off of to move through stuff, you gotta have something to push off of. And that's the most fascinating thing about Walt Disney World is just like, Spaceballs.
I love Spaceballs. It's a good movie.
And it's a really great movie. And it's like, you people that don't understand vacuums and understand what they actually do to a structure. If you haven't gone through that whole thing, you don't understand what it really does. It can crush metal. It literally can.
There was a pilot by the name of Joe Kittinger back in the 1960s. So before Felix Baumgartner, actually after Felix Baumgartner, there was another guy that did another from space jump, right? But I think that he was more recent in 2014. But going back to this guy named Joe Kittinger, he was an Air Force pilot. Actually shot.
I think I've heard of him.
Yeah, so actually shot down in Vietnam. He broke the record of climbing up and jumping out, and so it was called Excelsior 1 and I think Excelsior 2, right? And what happened was, I think it was during Excelsior 2, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, but you can look it up. You can find it. He goes up, and while he's in his fucking astronaut suit or his super low pressure suit, one of his gloves gets a tear in it. His gloves, a small little tear in it. His hand turns into the size of a baseball mitt. Damn.
And if you do any deep dark dives and really big dark dive rabbit holes into like vacuum things that happen, in other words, like somebody's way low below the sea level or anything else, it's a very violent atmosphere that you're dealing with. In other words, you will die a violent death if you have these kind of pressure structures against each other. And this is something that nobody looks at. There is an entire structure on a submarine that just deals with dealing with the submarine. Just dealing with making sure the submarine doesn't implode. An entire welding structure inside of it. Yeah. And there's nothing.
NASA. They can do the amazing thing.
An entire iron fucking thing that they put up in their little iron thing inside of their space station that floats around, and they've got iron an infrastructure that keeps. It's just ridiculous. Once you understand vacuums, once you understand what a vacuum is, the whole heliocentric model takes a fucking shit. It just takes a fucking shit.
You can't have a ball of gas. You cannot have a volume of any gas without containment. Okay. So the whole idea of a formation of gases into a star is stupid.
It's dumb. It's retarded. Yeah. It's the dumbest fucking thing you've ever even approached. And if you actually get your arms around it, it really is not that hard to deal with. Like if you actually experience a vacuum for 1 single second, the entire world would invert back to the way it should be.
Yeah.
That's worse than a black hole, dude. And try making a vacuum chamber without a container.
Right. It's dumb. It's so retarded. Like, why are we even talking about this shit anymore? I want to move on with my life and get on to greater things, and we still have to explain fucking vacuums. You know, it's not that tough.
Well, I'm getting onto the idea that there's, and I want to thank some of these assholes that come out here and show me your accurate mapping model. Yeah, you show me yours. Show me yours. None of us got an accurate map. This place is bigger than you think.
You know what's a really great thing to talk about, like as like moving, and now that you're going to close down the show, is like the ultimate thing for me really was you can't get enough altitude to actually see it, right? Who's playing video games?
Nobody. That's me cranking the car up.
We can't get enough altitude to actually see what the thing looks like. So we can't get a really good model unless we can get up high enough to look down at it. And nobody can. You got Picard, I guess, this historical figure. Maybe he went up in a balloon and saw it. But like we don't have any sort of altitude enough to look down and see what it actually looks like.
Right.
So we have to infer what we think it looks like in 2D. We have to do that. And then we already know that water seeks its own level. We already know the second law of thermodynamics. We can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. We already know that, right? So like this is all we got. So like the only thing we have left is she's saying I don't know that joke. But the only thing we have left is this really just like we have a $130,000 or 130,000 feet balloon that looks down on the thing. That's what we got. 130,000, 140,000, I think. It looks flat. We're not using wide angle lenses or barrel lens distortion. So we're pretty cool with that, right? That's what we're working with. I'd like to get 150,000, 160,000. But right now we've got it pretty under control. We don't have any other arguments that we're going to do here. We've got water seeks its own level. We know that shit works all the way across the board. And like now we just get to have fun. Have a good time with it. Have a good laugh with it now.
Yeah.
The whole other point.
Here's what I'd like people to, after we sign off here, I just want you to think about this and try to work this out in your head. How would you measure the distances between land masses in the southern oceans?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to do. You're going to have to.
Yeah. You start looking into that, baby, and you'll see how they could be very easy for them to have hidden a whole fucking continent from you.
Yeah.
Here's something more.
Australia.
Yeah. Here's something more simple than that. It's like most people don't leave their hometowns.
A lot of people died.
So there's a bunch of, I've traveled around a lot, but like I haven't been around the whole world. Like there are bunches of spaces out there that we've never been to and that planes don't fly over and they're not allowed to fly over and whatever. There could be anything just in the oceans within our own known inner lands place, right? There could be tons of this shit. I mean, I haven't been to every single country in the world. I mean, I think most people listening here, unless you're a world traveler, we've never been to all the spaces.
Have you been under the ocean?
No.
Yeah, she said under the oceans. It's like, I haven't been under the oceans. Who knows what in the actual fuck? We all think we know what the world is.
Well,
but we've only seen the Mercator. We've only seen the Mercator and the A projection. That's the only thing we've seen.
We all
Personally,
know.
I've been to
We all know
Mexico.
who Ghislaine Maxwell was or is, right?
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Do you know her citizenship is listed as Terra del Mar?
Is that down in the that's down in the islands?
The ocean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Land of the ocean.
And
Terra
that
del Mar.
And that opens up the whole maritime law thing, which is a whole other rabbit hole. But yes, they live in a different lawfare system than the rest of us.
What
they
if
just do?
What if all these thousands of kids and people that come up missing every year and are never found are actually on cargo ships that have been tracked 700 miles and further into Antarctica in exchange for not obliterating us, or in exchange for trade of technology, or who knows, right? I mean, is that not a possibility?
And it's not just a possibility.
And
It's the oldest battle. It's the oldest battle that's ever been going on.
But I'll tell
It
you
just
what,
is.
man, something's got to be going on with these fucking people. You know, with that many kids and people that come up missing every year, you'd figure they'd stumble over some bodies or something, right?
No, they're good at hiding that shit.
Yeah, you figure that.
They're good at hiding that
Look
shit.
at the orphan trains.
I
stuff like
think
that.
they turn a lot of those kids into freaking meat, and they just use them for the chop shop. You know.
What if they're using them though? What if they're using them?
That we know.
What if they're using them like these, like somebody said, with these orphan trains were?
I think it's simpler.
Areas and bring up a whole fucking new society. You know, it's really a telling movie to watch with open eyes. If you haven't seen it recently, rewatch it.
Yeah,
the Divergent series.
I think it's the oldest. It's the oldest battle that's been going on of all time, and I think
think about that whole thing. You find out that they find out that they were a fucking experiment.
It's a hologram.
Okay. They find out that protection, that place they weren't allowed to go, wasn't for their protection. It was to keep them from finding out that they were an experiment. The other one with oh God, who's the guy where the kid gets the memories from the guy in The Giver?
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Wow, and that's the same type of thing. I think they're throwing it right in your face. We may very well be some kind of fucking experiment trapped in here, and that's why we can't leave.
But here's the other thing. I've gone down this rabbit hole with
100%.
I've gone down the rabbit hole, and
you're right.
I know what he's talking about. It's
You're totally right.
Yeah, you could get in a soul trap. I mean, Bob and I used to talk about this on Globusters forever about like a soul trap. But here's the thing. Here's the bugger of it. It's like if you just want to look at old literature and like I'm Christian friendly. I don't go to church. I don't do dogma or anything like that. But if you treat the Bible as a piece of old historical literature, there's some things you can glean from it, right? And there is some sort of thematic or at least metaphorical thing that seems to keep working, which is that we have somebody that's against us in this thing. And it keeps coming up. And I know there's a bunch of people out there be like, oh, the reptilians. But maybe they are, whatever. I don't know what they are. But there is some sort of we're not the
malevolent force.
There's somebody coming after us.
It's a malevolent force,
and they don't like Christianity. And even though I don't come from I don't even come from Christianity. I'm Christian friendly. I really believe that do no harm, be good to people. I think that's a Christian thing. There's a thing out there that doesn't like us. And it exists.
Do you think that a deception like that, to deceive the majority of the population of the earth into believing the exact antithesis of what it really is, do you think that could be developed and implemented by a mortal man or mortal men?
No, they can't.
Well, they did it. They inverted it.
That plan was he used. You know what minions are? You know what minions are?
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
Legion, right?
Yep.
They're willful idiots. They're Renfields. You know what I'm saying? They're like
Yep.
the Renfields.
They know what
You
they're doing, dude.
cannot be
Yeah.
moral. You cannot be moral to create that.
Yeah,
No.
they're the opposite of that. They're
You can't be moral.
the antithesis of us.
So
we're at war. We're at fucking war.
They say that the Satan is the most masterful at deceit. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So wouldn't it be prudent to take a scrutinous look? Because I know if I was the Shaitan and I wanted to trap people, I'd disguise myself as the church, man.
Yep.
Which is exactly what the fuck he did.
Hidden in plain sight.
That's why honey traps are important.
Yeah. I mean,
throw
now
something
do we understand what we're up against now? I mean, that's been the whole battle the whole time. It's like, who are we fighting? Nobody knows who we're fighting.
We fight
powers
not against flesh and blood, but against
powers and principalities. Yeah,
absolutely.
What are they? What exactly? We're trying to identify them now, and we're getting better at it.
They're dark spirits, and I believe they pass the top ones. Are able to pass down in human through human hosts. This is why they're able to put in plans. What mortal man puts a plan into effect that he will never hope to see come to fruition for several generations? Nobody, unless that entity or something could live through that entire lifespan, maybe through a bloodline.
Like the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, the ones that plan out generations and generations of power.
Yeah, exactly. I think that those are like the Renfields, the useless idiots that are expecting a reward in the end by doing the bidding of a dark master.
Yeah. Oh, I watched a lot of old footage of John D. Papa G, and people respected that guy, dude. They were afraid of him. You could tell.
Sure.
Yeah. And they always tiptoe around him, called him Mister all the time, and they thanked him for. They get Rockefellers to hand out dimes everywhere he went. And thank you, Mr. Rockefeller. Thanks for the dime. And they'd run off.
Here's the bugger of it too, and it was just really kind of fun to think about too. It's like you couldn't imagine yourself as being chattel or cattle. You know, we know the whole lawfare thing and like maritime law and everything else. But like none of us ever thought of ourselves as being like not at the top of the food chain. But when you start to actually manage the fact that we may not be at the top of the food chain, that's where it gets twisty and weird and interesting. And like that's very biblical. And I am not a biblical person. I'm a spiritual person, but I'm not biblical. But it's like they start talking about if you're not at the top of the food chain, there's a bugger in this thing that we need to figure out what that is. And I think a lot of people intuitively know that there's something going on, that everybody knows there's something we don't understand. And there's a lot of people, and I just read the tea leaves. That's just what I do. And like, it's called Tucker Carlson. He's getting a lot of attention on his whole thing, right? What does he talk about in the last 2 weeks? He talks about fucking lizards and fucking aliens and shit. I'm like, okay. Now what am I supposed to do with this? All right. Because they know that he's getting a lot of attention, right? So like, what do we do with this whole thing that he's introducing now? So are we actually chattel? Are they feeding off our loosh? Are we being farmed? Do we have to address that? Is that something we need to address?
Yeah.
Like really?
They're getting
a
lot of old myths and stuff.
Well, I think that with him talking about lizards and everything else, since he's not talking about the true and flat earth, since Stu Peters may have, but even Stu Peters, I don't think he's got that big a platform. Because even though he is, Jimmy Dore isn't, Redacted isn't, CNN isn't, Fox 5 isn't. So with these guys not actually talking about it, I think it's a lot bigger than we think.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we're in our little corner, right? And I still think that even though there are more people understanding this true earth and stuff, that those guys aren't talking about it for a reason.
So
And
we're at
it's
a
correct.
point. We're at a point where like the one guy that everyone listens to for the most part in the States, even though whether you agree with him or not, Tucker Carlson has
Right.
that gain, right? So like he starts talking about UFOs, aliens. Like I don't believe in outer space. I believe that there's more space out this way. That's what I believe. But like he is starting to talk about these things. It's a soft disclosure. So like, what in the actual fuck? What is actually fucking going on? Do we actually, is this fucking reptilian thing real? You know, and you have to ask yourself, you're like, he's soft disclosing it. Is it bullshit? Is it alternate fucking information? Like, you know, we've been fed this bullshit for fucking years, you know, ever since they live, ever since fucking, there's been so much reptilian shit that's happened, and it's biblical too. If you want to wax biblical, it goes all the way back to the Bible. You know, it's like you've got the.
What if the veil melted and it actually is true?
I mean, it's just like, well, what do you do with this shit at this point in time? What do you do?
Well,
you're like, it's actually there's reptilians are really real. You're like, fuck.
Well, if somebody went to Carl with flat Earth, and he said he'd be on board with flat Earth too. They actually talked to him about it. Yeah.
It's just like it's so fucking weird, right? It's weird. It's like what the soft disclosure stuff is happening so much so, and you're like, because you get to know how like predictive programming works. We've all done this for fucking most of the people, the cats that are in this neighborhood have done this for fucking 10 years. We've seen how it works, and like now we have Tucker Carlson, who is like the spokesperson for most of MAGA, right? And he's talking about fucking reptiles. What the fuck, dude? I'm like, okay, so it's okay. So is this what it is now? Are we gonna start talking about like, okay, so are we not on the top of the food chain?
But you know what Tucker Carlson isn't talking about?
Sorry,
he's not talking. You know what Tucker Carlson isn't talking about? He can talk
flat
about
Earth.
reptiles and stuff. Well,
He's not talking about flat Earth. He ain't talking about flat Earth.
But
has he yet?
Those folks that run, you know what? The medical industry.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that exactly.
It was rumored that he was going to talk about flat Earth. He was going to, I think Eddie Bravo or one of InfoWars went to him with flat Earth, and he wouldn't talk about it. That was before this campaign started.
There's one nugget where Tucker talking about the very thing that we walk around on, and I heard it. Somebody have to round that up. But he does say it in one single section, but he's playing a fucking game, dude. They're all playing a game, and Tucker is clearly fucking afraid. He's clearly afraid. I can see it in his face. I'm watching him talking about it. He's like talking about some shit that I didn't even know how to talk about it with him. He's like saying aliens and demons. He's saying that. I'm like, whoa. This is the one talking face of like all of MAGA is talking about aliens and demons. I'm like, okay, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
So like, do we have a shape shifting?
I don't think we're there yet, because if he's not going to come out and call the folks out that run the stuff, that run the stuff that we see, right? The banks, medical industry, the judicial system, basically, the interior of our governments, right? If he's not going to call those guys out, all that other stuff is bullshit.
Well, I mean,
big man.
You gotta walk with it this one way. It's like you've got a big.
I feel you, but it's like you're gonna talk about the reptilians and stuff, but they're gonna let you talk about that, right? But as soon as you start touching on those super sensitive topics, like they cut your mic. That's what. As soon as I start seeing that, then maybe I'll be like, okay. But in the meantime, they'll be like, yeah, go ahead, talk about some reptiles, talk about this, talk about that. Those other channels are not going to talk about the truth. A lot of those other channels that have gotten bigger, right? They're not going to call out. They're not going to say, hey, read this book, The Elders of the Protocols of blank, 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 blank. Read this book, the Talmud, right? They're not going to say that. Even though a lot of the stuff that we see now, you could find in those publications. Like you could find them. We could discuss them, and people, it's going to blow their minds. But then they'll shut this place down. As soon as those dudes start doing that, then I'll probably give them some belief. But other than that, nah, they're like everybody else.
So what do you make of like us not being at the top of the food chain? Like, what do you make of that?
Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like,
what do you mean?
There's something else above us.
I mean, even the Talmud makes us not at the top of the food chain. But like, if you want to go on to that other like very, very crazy talk about a reptilian bunch, which would be beyond the Talmudic level of talking about whether you're at the top of the food chain or not. I mean, that's really what it is. It's like, I mean, honestly, like some motherfucker comes up to me and like says that I'm fucking a goyim. I'm just gonna punch him in the face. I'm like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. I'm not taking that shit. But like, it's like, but that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at a pyramid scheme of, you've got the Talmud. They think we're all goy. And these people, I deal with these people every day. They suck. They fucking suck. And I'm not even afraid of them, you know, but like someone that's made of a different skin, which apparently like, that's what Tucker's talking about. I'm like, what? You know, like that was the last of my conspiracy thing. It was like, they're really reptiles. It's kind of looking like there is, you know, it was like, what?
To that point, I believe you stumbled upon something. But to that point, if you think of those that actually control us, like those people that call us goyim and stuff like that, they more than likely there's a very good chance that they know what the fuck is going on. A lot of those guys, right? They may have a very good hold as to what's going on. So if we could figure why they're doing what it is they're doing, I think the stuff that you're mentioning, there's a possibility that we could figure out if that stuff is real and why, and if it is real, why that's going on.
Yeah,
and I think those guys that call us goyim are like gatekeepers to some degree.
I think also like what's really important is like to remember that, like, that we can actually talk about this. We're actually in a good position. There's nothing to be afraid of. Like, we're protected. I promise. This is my personal feeling. Like, in all of my 9-10 years of this, since the whole FE thing come up, I feel like we're protected. It's just more so understanding that we might have enemies and we might have people out there that don't understand what somebody's. Yeah, but we're protected, and like as long as we keep speaking out the truth in front of us, we're not going to be in bad shape. You know, I'm not afraid of reptiles running me down the street. Like, fuck those guys, fuck them. You know, they don't have anything. The truth always wins.
They gotta bleed like anything else.
Yes, and it's just there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm just like to this day right now, like. After like I have a degree in biology. I understand the scientific method. I know how to get through logical thinking, you know, and that's how I ended up here 10 years later after this whole flat earth thing fucking completely blew my mind. And like, now you tell me that there's reptiles out there that fucking like take the shape of humans and drink baby's blood. Wouldn't surprise me at this point in time.
At this point.
However, I'm just like, fuck these guys. Fuck them. Fuck them. Don't give a fuck.
Let me run you through a series of reveals that have been right in front of your face the whole time. Okay. So in the story Dracula, the title character, who was he? Who was he?
Dracula?
Yeah. I mean, who in the Bram Stoker story?
I never read the
Dracula.
Story,
what was he? He was
I don't remember all the details, but
he was a count. Right? Okay. He was elite, right? He was of the elite. Okay. All right. So we look through these stories in antiquity. Now, even in real history, Dracula was based, I guess, loosely off of stories from someone named Vlad Dracul, okay, or Vlad Tepes, who was known as Vlad the Impaler. Oh, that's right. He was of nobility as well. We go down that bloodline of ways before we get to the current King of England, because it's in the same bloodline. And we come to this mysterious woman called Elizabeth Bathory, who started running out of young handmaidens. And people started getting suspicious as she threw out calls for more and more all the time. And none were seen around her castle. and they found out that she was drinking and bathing in their blood to preserve her youth. She was placed under house arrest. That was all that happened to her. So we see a pattern of this bloodlust, consuming of blood, that seems to travel along these lines of elite nobility. These people who find it necessary to breed within specific bloodlines, which probably is only that which could be compatible for the entities that I spoke of earlier to make generational plans and actually see them come to fruition by transferring from host to host to host to host within the same genetic compatibility to allow that possession. That's what I think's actually going on here.
So we have to at some point in time admit to ourselves that we're even though we thought we're at the top of the you know where people will come at us, we're not at the top. There's people like,
what do we call these people? We call them what all the time?
Parasites. Parasites.
No. I mean, besides that, what are they known as?
The elite.
The elite. The elite. Let's pronounce it correctly.
Elite is such. I don't want to give them elite. I hate giving them elite. Fuck these motherfuckers. I want to call them elite. They're parasites.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's pronounce it correctly then.
Right.
Elites.
Elite.
What does that mean?
What
does that mean?
So they're like the fallen. You think they're the fallen?
Thank you.
Oh,
that's a good question.
Can you say that again? Elites, the fallen.
So who is L? L is Saturn. Saturn. Who is Saturn? Saturn is Satan. Elites.
Chronos. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So it might interest people to know that right to this day at Mount Hermon, which is where the Watchers gathered to swear their oath to take wives of the human women and just basically have a drunken orgy upon the earth. At that Mount Hermon, which is at 33 degrees parallel, 33 degrees meridian, that's where the Watchers were at. Guess what's there right now?
Isn't it like the UN headquarters or something like that? Is over
the
there?
United Nations Disengagement Observer Force.
Of course.
Observer Watcher Force.
Are we agreeing that it's this simple? Because I think it really is this simple.
It is this simple.
I think it really is. I mean, I used to like, because I'm a complex thinker. I want to go through everything that I ever want to think about. I go through these complex formulas of like how everything should go, but it kind of boils down to something more simple, doesn't it? It feels like that, doesn't it?
Yep. Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. Right?
It's that dumb, and you're like, whoa, dude. You're like, fuck. It's really that simple. It's
yeah,
like,
you overlook it. You overlook it, and it's just like with the possibilities at the get-go of the globe, that shit that was run by you before and you accepted before you had critical thinking skills. Those are the teardown blocks. Those are the teardown blocks right there, because now you took those illogical things that they told you and assumed them. And now it's like, wait a minute. You can't make a ball of gas anywhere. You can't make gravity have air fall down. You can't make water bend and curve over the surface of an object.
Oh my God, David, it's that simple. It's that fucking simple.
It is.
It's really that simple.
If you believe that the water can adhere to the outside of an object and conform to its shape, then you should also believe that the surface of the ocean should have the features of the topography underneath of it. So in other words, over the area in Marianas Trench, there should be a trench of water, and there should be a mountain over mountains that are underwater. Come on. If you think that's silly, it's just as silly to think that it can be in a ball shape.
Yeah. They inverted the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it was a complete inversion.
Could I put a little hill in the middle of a swimming pool and make that hill mimic that up on the top of the fucking water? It's never going to happen.
I'm going to make a meme that's just like,
Dave, I was going to go back to something quick.
Started it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to say one thing right quick, guys. In 1948, what happened? After they did the UN, what got formed after 1948? What was a significant thing that
Israel.
happened?
Israel was formed.
Since you talked about that earlier, it was stuck in my head all night long. Like, that was very significant. And the royal family cut them loose in Palestine and let them wreak havoc throughout the whole country, and they were not accountable for any of their actions at all. The British Royal Army was their watchdog. It took care of the little Israel they let loose in the desert. So yeah,
of course, Churchill was a Zionist, man.
Yeah, they wanted to get back to it. That's why it's all coming to fruition now. They want to bring back the cycle.
Of course, and by all accounts, Marxism is born of the Talmud. Communism is born right out of the Talmud. Okay,
and so was globalism. They pushed it in Russia for a long time.
Yeah.
And the other thing we have to remember, the other thing that happened in this whole thing is we had a group of people. A lot of people call them the Khazars or the Zionists, or they interweave themselves into another piece of people. They were basically a group of people,
Like
and they pretended like they were part of the Jews or this, and what they did was they get on there and they gave themselves a title inside of that, and then they created a thing where you can't talk about them, because if you talk about us, that's fucking horrible. And they created a bunch of like multi-generational shit where like you can't be anti-Semitic or whatever. You've got a parasite that's working its way through a bunch of people that are generally the Jews in Israel are great, but they got fucked. They got fucked, man. They got fucked.
The Bolshevik Revolution was a Zionist revolution. Okay, that's exactly what it was. All right. So do you know where the Khazarian Empire was?
It was on the Silk Road. It was the Silk Road. They used to kill people.
No. It was exactly where, and it only became an empire under the Kagan, which was this king. Okay, Kagan is also a Jewish last name. Okay, so the Kagan, the Khazarian Empire is now called Ukraine. Okay?
Yes.
And their coat of arms was exactly the same little trident that they have on their little flag and shit. Okay.
So then, quick question. Where does the Azov battalion come from?
I think the Azov battalion is a propaganda thing that doesn't really exist.
Okay.
But let me finish what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Back in those times, see what it was that these people were actually warring against one another. They were kind of tribal. So this Kagan united them they unified them under a Kabbalistic form of Judaism. Okay. And of course, when Israel opened up, bam, 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 these people claimed to be of Jewish descent. Now, first off, we have to dispel this idea that the Jews are the chosen people. Okay. The blessing was not passed down from Benjamin to Judah. Okay. It was passed down to Joseph. Judah fucked up by selling Joseph into slavery, who eventually became like the prime minister of fucking Egypt.
Yeah.
So he became very powerful.
Is weird.
So because this blessing was passed on to
no, it was Jacob and Esau. Right?
No, first Joseph. First it went to Joseph because of they sold him into slavery. And then Jacob and Esau came from his line. Okay, which comes from the be fruitful and multiply. Their names literally mean plentiful and forgetful. Okay, so this is an interesting thing. So the line never went through Judah. Judah's tribe became Canaanites that were being cannibalistic. They were in the north and they were actually eating people and shit. They were really fucking up hard.
Is that Cain and Abel shit? I mean, like, is that far back or
no? This is after that. You go into the Old Testament, it's pretty clear that the blessing was not passed down to Judah, okay, because of his evil actions.
I have a question. Were they eating people? Were they eating people?
They've always been eating
So
people.
hold on, stop.
The whole
Were
time.
they eating people because they were sacrificing people, or
Yes.
were they eating people for survival? Because
No.
I feel like there's a
They
difference.
sacrifice the ball. They sacrifice people to ball. That's just what they do. That's a religion. Whether you believe in God or not doesn't matter.
That wasn't my question.
They believe in doing that. That's just what it is.
No, I hear you.
Yes
I think,
and yes.
I think some people are, but you remember like Alive and like the Andes, like the plane crash, and they like ate people.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's not the
Like,
same situation.
What they say.
That's what
they
I'm
say-
asking.
Listen,
Like,
they
did
say
they eat people to sacrifice the people, or did they eat people?
they
because-
say that once you get a taste of human flesh, it's so delicious you'll want more.
I can tell you, human
I've heard
flesh.
that.
If you when you burn human flesh, a lot of times it smells like pork.
It does.
They call
The
us
cannibals
long
in New Guinea. The cannibals in New Guinea refer to the white man as long pig.
Long pig, yeah.
Hey David, can I give you like my deepest dig on the Khazars that I can give you, and like you can flesh it out after this?
No,
This
I can't flush out anything on here. I can't.
Okay, so no, hold on a second. I want to get this down to the deepest I've gone on the Khazars, which is they were old silk. They were the Silk Road bandits,
Knights Templar.
and they would take over other people's identities, and they would sell stuff. They would kill people on the Silk Road and take over the thing. And
they
then
would take their cuneiform. Do you know what a cuneiform
yeah, but
is?
just let me finish this thought. I was like, they basically one of the kings of either Russia or in not Israel, but like in Germany, they said you need to either be Christian or Jewish or something else. Does anyone know this? Because that's where
it was the Muslims that went to him, the Christians that went to him, the Jews that went to him, and they were like,
Yes.
hey, and all of them were vying for that king to like, hey, pick a side.
Yes, because they were hiding. They were hiding amongst other people's views and just being assholes. They were just killing people and just hiding people. And that's what they would do. They were just fucking assholes.
People in the East referred to them as the name stealers of the West, and the people in the West referred to them as the name stealers in the East. They'd also been known for going into villages, and I want you to think bubonic plague, and killing all the people by poisoning the well, and then making off with their shit, and oftentimes stealing their identity and their livelihoods, and no one would be the wiser.
Yeah, and that's what I remember.
I have to say something to this.
They're deceivers.
No,
they're
hold on.
just deceivers.
You
They
just
go
said-
in and steal
hold on,
other
stop,
people's
stop,
fucking.
Stop. Yes, exactly.
All
You
right.
just said stealing your identity. So back in those times, what was your identity?
Well,
What did
nobody
you have
knew.
what did you have?
Just your name.
No, you had a little token that was the size of a thimble that was carved, and it's called a cuneiform. And on a block of clay, you would roll the cuneiform, and it was like your signature.
Your signature.
It's a steal.
Oh,
yeah.
I did not know that.
And so they would steal the cuneiforms in order to take over.
Oh, they would even find out about a real estate deal that was
Exactly.
going to take place, and they would go
Kill
and
the person, steal their
landowner.
cuneiform, and
Yeah, and then reap the profit themselves, and then not give up the land half the time.
I mean, give no. Yeah, go ahead.
but cuneiforms and miniatures are two of the most mysterious things in art history, because nobody knows who made the cuneiforms. The cuneiforms, you see them at, museums all over the place. They're very small. You would miss them if you didn't necessarily know what they were, but miniatures are weirder. Miniatures are these little teeny tiny portraits that they found on royals in their hidden pockets of their dresses when they died back in the medieval days. Nobody knows who painted them, but they're like, if you look at them under a microscope, they're meticulous. They're
How the fuck did they do that? Right? It's like those people.
exactly. Nobody knows how they
shit,
do that.
write shit or draw a picture on a grain of rice. You ever see that shit?
These things are literally the size
Yeah.
of it. They're smaller than a size of a stamp. They're like, they fit into a locket, but when you look at them under a microscope, the miniatures are literally like fractal portraits that expand.
It's almost
It's
supernatural,
insane.
isn't it?
Yeah, here's the other
Our
thing.
history is crazy.
If you want to really be like super simple on all this historical like rewriting of history or whatever, like what would you do way back in the day if you were a power hungry, you have no soul, you don't care if you want to fuck everyone, if you want to fuck everyone over, what do? You make up a new identity, you hide amongst somebody else, you make it impossible to make to come at you. You make it impossible to come at you. You create a multi-generational ability to not come at you or to criticize you. You do that. That's what you do. You have to make that thing in your whole head. That's how fucking narcissistic and psychopathic you have to be.
Do you want to know,
do that?
You let them.
Do you know where the term anti-Semite came from?
Made up from some fucking sort of bullshit.
Politburo. The Soviet Politburo. Yeah, because it was like 85 or 90% of the leadership of the Soviet Union was Jewish. And anybody criticizing the government could then be labeled as anti-Semite. They try to hit them with racism, which there again is a misnomer because that would indicate of the tribe of Shem, which means like everybody in the fucking Middle East. Okay.
That's right. They're all Semites or Shemites.
You know what's
and then they turned it around. They turned it into anti-Semite. And if you look in the dictionary, even you would think that anybody that's anti is against people of Shem, which is all like you just mentioned. All them people in the Middle East, a lot of people in Northern Africa, along with Eastern Africa. But no, it's exclusively for them Khazars. That's what blows my mind.
We got to
I'm
do
gonna
a
pull you
bubble
guys
stream
full
on this.
circle right quick. Can I say something?
All right, because then I'm going to give everybody a last word. We keep going on. I've been going for an hour past what I wanted to. That's no problem, but I've got a debate.
Shit, you've been going for 4 hours, buddy.
I know.
You got
4.5. So it's and I got that debate with that shithead tomorrow on Jeranism at 6 o'clock Eastern. And
say hi to Sean for me. He knows who I am. Anyway,
yeah, that guy. I'll give a shout out to him and all 4 of his viewers.
Hey, I love all you guys on here. You guys are all fucking good souls.
Lowry, man, be easy,
good
brother.
souls. Good souls.
All right.
Yeah, man. All right, guys.
I was going to bring up the Levant affair. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, the Levant affair. That's another big one to get into.
Yeah.
Peace, guys.
Tie that into 9/11. It's a mirror of what happened in 9/11.
Oh, yeah. Listen, all of there, you start tying into it, you find out all these engineered catastrophes, so to speak, these FFs, that they are all have the same characteristics. You can always find them. You know, even the JFK assassination had its dancing Israeli. Okay, you know who that was? Who was there to document the event? And wasn't even along the parade route when he documented it, and that was Abraham Zapruder.
Zapruder.
Okay, the famous film. Why was he there? That was not the parade route. The limo was supposed to keep going straight. It turned onto that road, and he happened to be right in the sweet spot to be able to film it. Just like those people that got arrested for cheering and having video cameras.
The dancing is on the van. That's right. Yeah. Nobody talks about that shit no more, man.
Right. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like there's always the same fucking, it's the same song and dance. And one of the reasons behind that is this. And it's the reason why in Hollywood, all you see is remakes, reboots. In the music industry, all you're seeing is people taking old music and sampling it and then saying some fucking shoot the police bullshit to it or whatever the case is because archons cannot create. This is why they hate us. Demons cannot create. They hate us because we are co-creators with God. Okay? The only thing they can do is take that which has been created and pervert it. That's it. Okay? And so who's running the music industry? Same one. Who's running the fucking film industry? The same one. Who's running NASA? The same one. My God, right in your face. It's a Hebrew word for deception. I mean, what in the fuck? How much do you need to know? There it is. The devil deceived the world. Okay, that's all there is. People believe the antithesis of reality, and so much so that they'll fight you and hate you and call you names for not going along with the lie of this dark power.
Yeah.
That's what I find amazing.
Remember the judgment. They when they look at Satan and they're like, "This is the man who brought nations to his knees. This is the one. This is him." Yeah, he's real simple and real stupid, and people don't believe in him. That's the point.
So if we just expose the lie,
he's real.
That's what it is, because that's all they have is deception. In the end, all contracts are voluntary, even on an esoteric level. All contracts are voluntary. You cannot be forced. You can be tricked. Don't be tricked. Have discernment. Stop listening to other men.
Discern
That's the
for
problem.
yourself.
Absolutely, and learn to have some discernment to the men of the men that you speak with. You know, don't just talk to people through text messages or through a telephone or something. Look those people in the eye when you talk to them. If they can't hold your gaze, there's something wrong to begin with. But the eyes are the window to the soul, and it never lies. And this is how I see them. I can see them. Before I even speak to them, I can see them. I already know. It's crazy. I'm grateful for that. And now what do you think about, you got these people with this demon face syndrome just kind of come out there. People, they're trying to cover ass because people are seeing through the fucking masks, man. That's what's happening.
Now somebody said something about ripping mask off. It's about that time.
I mean, how many times these fuckers got caught on videotape and on live streams on TV and shit, where they fucking eyeballs blink the wrong way like a lizard or some kind of shit, or their face morphs out and then comes back. You see, here's the thing. Like, there's a snake that can hypnotize its prey, right? Mm-hmm. So think on that level, on a higher plane, on a higher intelligence, right? I don't have to literally change my appearance. I just need to change your perception of my appearance.
Yeah. I thought that was good of you when you had Veritas and he's like, not every rustle in the grass is a tiger. Like, well, not every rustle. Sometimes there are snakes. That was a good one, dude. He's like, he I hope he comes back. I want to finish the little talk. Yeah.
He got busted open.
His match.
He got busted open, showing that he was completely dishonest about his motive for putting it out. He tried to say he was unbiased. That's not true. He tried to say that he did it all himself, yet he thanks for all the help from the usual cast of suspects: Dave McKeegan, MC Toon, Fight the Flat Earth. It's funny how these guys are always connected. Always connected, right?
It's like that bag. What's it? The Sinister Six or something like that on Spider-Man. The same group of idiots that just causing problems for Spider-Man.
That's right, man. It's like, and so this is why I'm just like, okay, we've already debated you guys hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fucking times. Tired of it, man. You don't have anything new. You haven't proven a globe. Go away now. We're done. If you want to sit over there and have your little channel and snipe at us and shit, cool. I don't care. People make reaction videos and shit to me. I've never watched any of them because I don't fucking care.
It's almost as bad as collecting a government check, dude.
Oh my God. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, guys, I'm going to sign this off. We're at 4.5 hours here. So I want to thank everybody for coming on. We're going to be probably doing an after show tomorrow evening after the debate. I'm not going to be streaming the debate on my channel. It will be on Jaronism at 6:00 p.m.
I'll go to right and watch it.
What debate is it?
It's with me and Sean Hawkins. He got called a coward enough that he decided to go ahead and set up a debate and wanted to come out and debate me. I'm fine. Let's do that. It's sort of like I look at it like a kind of necessary task, like having to wipe your ass. It's, But
Is it flat
you know,
Earth, round
I'm
Earth?
really not interested in fucking with these people and fighting with them anymore. They don't have anything. They can't prove anything. They just have their screeching and their pseudoscience, their fake space, their ridicule. They have their tactics. They come out and act assertive and condescending about what they say, and nobody's paying attention to actually what they're saying as just the way that they say it. And that in some people's minds makes it more factual. I don't know. But
it looks like class warfare to me.
It's tares and wheat, man. It's tares and wheat. That's what's going on right now. Tares and wheat. And we know who the wheat is. So with no further ado, oh, come on. Can we have just a little bit more ado? No more ado.
Play us out. Dave, play us out.
We're out of here tonight. You guys want to hear the Yoko? No, we're not doing the Yoko. We'll just leave it out with the Lord loves a work man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and get rid of his ass because he'll probably kill you. So good night, everybody. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Be there.